Welcome back.
Welcome.
Audience.
Future Nathan, basically.
Great. Well, you want to be accepted in the call to check if someone joined.
Do that. Which link is that?
Same. Should be a mistake. Yeah. There we go. Make us.
Yep.
Great. You need to allow me to share my
I
screen.
am. There you go.
Okay. Shall we do it?
Yeah. I'm all.
Shall we talk about UI?
Yep. So
The elephant in the room.
So yesterday we discussed the fact that we could use, if we want to rely on ImGUI, we could use the Skia widget. But the thing is, it doesn't propagate mouse events. So for now, it's a dead end.
This it doesn't have event.
No, for now.
What do you mean doesn't have event?
Like if you create a Skia rectangle and you want to click it using the Skia widget in ImGUI, it won't work because the ImGUI layer doesn't propagate mouse events from the renderer.
So it's not possible to use it to create an envelope editor.
Yeah, for now at least.
Nothing interactive.
Using the Skia.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, depends on what I had a conversation with Sebastian before. So it depends on what exactly would be those widgets that they are like the editor, how they are structured. There are two ways to do that. It's like one of them is just going with whatever ImGUI is offering already. You can style them, you can change them, and it has all the basic ones, the primitive ones. You have a radio, toggle, text, sliders, all of those things. But for example, if you want to make a busier editor, that we want to use that, yeah, we have to do it in a Skia, and then from a Skia we would bring it to the Skia widget. But there's also one.
He just said that it's not possible to do that.
There are. That's what I'm saying is the next one. That I didn't try that one that you can get the events, but there is this thing called immediate and retain. So basically, you can wrap whatever widget you have as a Skia and then make it as immediate because there's a region called immediate. You put it in there,
And in there you have the events, probably.
I think. To my
I mean, we are in practice. Why don't we grab one of the developers?
Yeah, you could get the events from them because you can introduce channels there as well in the immediate. Then could we get event from immediate the immediate region when we want to change from immediate to retain? Could we get an event there?
If you patch Skia, widget.
Okay, we can use just ImGUI. If you want to do like an envelope editor on Bezier editor, you can do it in Skia with the tool there. But do we have events? Do we have everything to actually be interactive that we can use inside ImGUI or not?
I'm not completely aware of the state.
Okay.
I mean, in theory, it should work, but there might be bugs still. I mean, the idea is that the events come through, no? Okay. So you have InGUI widget all over the place, and then a Skia widget somewhere. And the idea, of course, is that this track or whatever, that you can interact with that track, even though it's a Skia widget, and the layer should not only get drawn, but also get events. Of course, that's the idea. You need to try, and I'm not completely sure of the state. But this is the question.
Yeah, we'll just want to understand if we can rely on.
Yeah, did you check out the
No.
the InGUI? Should do that. Just
Yeah.
to have it here. I don't know. Reform. Sorry.
That one.
What? Yeah. Oh, there it is.
That's nice. I don't need to.
You're working with the .5, right?
Yeah.
I have InGUI here. Yeah.
So is there a Skia widget
Help patch.
I think it's immediate and retained in the immediate mode.
So if
You
I
want to
just
share the screen.
maybe do this.
So,
Yep. Okay, so I just have this here widget where if I create a rectangle.
It's 85, it's no sound in this week.
here?
Start.
No,
Do
it's the
Rex contains points, and leave them out, for instance. Other thing.
just use this button.
Yeah, you're right.
No, expand. Okay, that's the right.
maybe in the other mode, in the vision.
Immediate.
Immediate mode.
No, it should be the same.
Okay. Okay, then, but it should work, no? That's something that we're gonna do
Yes.
tomorrow.
Exactly.
But how do you, that's,
So then,
Which button is that one? The one that you are rendering actually, is this here?
yeah, that's a super old one that's been experimental forever, like just button.
Yeah. There once was the idea that this is somehow the proof of concept for how we built an UI. In the early days of Skia.
Looks good, actually.
So, okay, it works,
And it's going, what the fuck?
but it's.
Yeah, because it's a C#.
No, it's not C#, it was patched,
Was it patched?
yeah,
The button,
but I can't go in.
oh, that's the file. That's the file.
Oh, it's not,
But there's a command line attribute, I think.
So what is the second output of the button?
unobservable.
what was the limitation where you can?
On click, and it's unobservable.
Because
No, it's just precompiled. That's
So it boots faster, but you don't see the patches.
Yeah, it loads like nothing, and but you can't go inside, and yeah, it just loads the DLL version of the patch.
Okay.
Precompiled version.
And I can change that behavior so I can access that?
I should add it here.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, but I don't even know what. argument.
What's the argument? No precompiled or what? Needed?
That is shit. I thought it might work. I thought it might just work.
It's something that should work. So-
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can assume it's gonna.
Should we just then we keep the plan?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say this to finish, and then I remain silent. So my idea is that with the InGUI, we just go with like we should make a set of widgets that we need, right? I think that's the simplest one. Like there are the things that we might need, and many of them are already existing in InGUI that we can easily style them the way that we like. But there are some of them that, of course, they are more complex, and we have to build them ourselves and then use them as widget. Two ways to build them: either we go with the Skia, that is anyway, it's a temporary solution because at some point it should be InGUI itself, So either we just start experimenting with that within the Skia and then we get the event hopefully, and then at some point we go to Ngui, or we already start with the Ngui. Then in this case, we don't have to wait until if we see the event would work or not. Then the next thing would be that what are those custom widgets that we would get? And is there an example somewhere that, for example, I can build them if there's
Have a look at the current.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
is-
Es gibt irgendwo, schon programmiert eigentlich.
or or if we go with them,
Ja, die Discussion about probiert ist, die eine Richtung gibt es noch nicht vorgeschlagen.
Can you have a look at the tool?
Wenn du das hier reinhängst,
You know, the demo
die Richtung,
thing.
über den Layer geht nichts.
Tool with 3.0 and
Jetzt
2Ls, I
ein
think.
Experimental Button auf hier, mit bei hier. Genau.
Das haben wir auch.
Muss nur noch programmieren.
Yeah, this one, tool with 2Ls. I think that the timeline there is in GUI, I think. I'm not sure.
is it?
Dass man irgendwie.
I'm almost sure, yeah.
So creative, they call it tool.
Huh?
It is called tool.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah, that was
hier geht
Who
es.
else?
it was demoed at Node 15, I think.
Yeah.
The guy was
Wir
demoing
reden
it,
noch
and I'm
Weil
almost sure the timeline is
die Events
based on
werden vom
GUI.
Skier-Graphen nach oben propagiert. Was aber nicht geht, das ist
But it
will-
That
timeline,
yeah.
I mean, that one is, this one already exists. You know, it does, I mean, at least as far as I see,
Hier kommt nichts an. Das muss man noch machen.
But I,
yeah, it's just it's like a 1D linear one.
yeah, but it probably has clips and stuff.
Can you show me now?
Tools, yeah, probably.
Die Events da irgendwie weiter. Yeah, that's not
No, that not, but on the bottom, there is at some point, there's a,
one, I mean.
yeah, there's a timeline at some point,
Yeah.
maybe demo that. Yeah,
Maybe like two timeline?
Okay, nee, also die, okay.
Da war die konkrete Frage, weil ich wollte irgendwie in die
In einen Patch reinschauen. Das war der Button Experimental Patch. Nee, die generelle Frage war einfach, kann man in Patches reingucken?
Actually, that was a clip. Is it the
That's
clips
a
are on
spear
top
patch.
already?
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, there is that kind of stuff, but if it already exists, it would be C++ based and we cannot use that.
Okay, es ist nicht so,
Which is a
dass
pain.
ich nur vom kleinen Argument.
Kann ich anmachen, dass die Dinge geht.
Yeah, you have to use gamma 155.
No, the latest would work. Should
Ah, the latest?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Ich weiß aber, wenn es nur
And also, do you have the latest in GUI?
Ja, wenn es jetzt so.
Anyway.
Is it ready already? The events in this, yeah.
No, the events have been, it's not done yet,
Okay,
but.
but that is something that is expected.
rely on.
We can rely on.
It needs a little bit of thinking because the Ingui layouts, the whole thing, it puts it somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, what do you expect inside there? Like, you expect what the mouse coordinates should be again in the space of this thing in there, no? So it's a little bit of
Depends what kind of information you have. If you have the information about the whole space, where is it? Then you can pass through the mouse as it is now.
yeah, but yeah, okay. If I put a button, a clear button in there, it should not work
Yeah.
without me doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that happens, needs some work.
Yeah.
In which space do you want to think, in JIT or in pixel, or is it in a sphere widget, is there an input for
Yeah,
specifying the
yeah.
space?
It's by default normalized.
Anyway,
Yeah.
actually, it should take more,
Yeah.
I don't see any.
Maybe the thing that we didn't try was that what is the,
Coordinates are just
Yeah.
in that space that you specify.
Yeah, true.
might that be that the one that we just tried with like the Skia button has a different space than the Ingui? That would be problematic, no?
Yeah, I don't know, if the sphere widget, what we actually do inside that widget is completely unrelated to the rest. I mean, it's a new widget with new ideas how big things are. I don't know. If it's done in pixels, it should
What was it called?
should
It was
always
an
make
experimental
somehow.
button,
I mean, alternative is of course, I mean, Anton wanted, already asked me weeks ago that I look at this drawing, to expose the drawing of Ingui. Ingui also has some drawing primitives. You can draw lines, circles, la 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 la. So this is the other option. Anton, just told me I should look at, but Anton was already asking.
But then how you build the logic and.
It's a thing, and Anton tried that already apparently, and there's like something like an invisible button in Ingui, which then takes care of the interaction, and it's invisible, so you can draw whatever you want, but still you get the kind of all this, and this is something Anton looked at once. I never did, probably is not also not, so should be something we should ask Anton maybe. Or we just look at it, or he hasn't had that, I don't know, but the question is a little bit how far can you go there?
Yeah, that's the thing.
How much can you do with that?
Just
Little,
an invisible button.
yeah, but I think when you look in GitHub in the Ingui repository and people ask stuff, they really build things, and the answer is always with invisible button.
Yeah, you just
But I wanna have a full-blown Bezier editor with the ability to select many points at once and whatnot. Yeah, insert point somewhere.
What I told you this morning, like, could choose be an option if we are thinking like knowing GUI? Choose, yeah, because it already has, I guess, lots of fields and stuff.
What is it?
Like, it's an audio library, but it also has UI library inside, which is Chatain is based
Yeah,
on.
I would first try Ingui.
Yeah.
Really grab. We can try Ingui as well.
Yeah, and I would go for trying to rethink or redo the editing framework. It's important. I mean, the editing framework is built in VL and was one of the first things that was used in data, like point editor, camera, stuff like that. So it is working.
Yeah.
It's a bit messed up because first patches, nobody has any clue how to do it, but it is working in a way. And it is about selecting points and moving and scaling and rotating stuff. It's for 2D and 3D, I think. It's available. And some VL nodes were done particularly for beta. Keyboard controls, and then there was the actual editor, and then there was the display, just displaying the state. So it was modularized in a certain way, and somehow was done and moved to DX9, DX11 data stuff. But in some parts are also patching data, I think. Anyways, there are certain things that if you have a fresh look on it, you can probably turn this into a functioning editing framework for Stripe, and then actually you should end up with point editors and curve editors and mesh editors for 3D, for 2D, and if you would like, let's say we do this extra turn. If we would have that, then I would say this is the most interesting approach to have.
I would go for
this
it.
Inside the track. So everything is done with Ingui, but the tracks itself with the squeezing nature and squeezing of time differently than the values and so on, and the point editors everywhere. And also the wishes that at some point you might have fancy effects. I don't know. For me, it's a 3D point editor with a view matrix that is flat for now, at least in a way. But I would go for Strike. And this particular region of the UI.
Nice, right?
I don't know.
Why are
why
you
not?
mixing Stride into the game now?
Side.
Yeah, right, Stride.
That was the question yesterday, do we use Skia or do we use Stride with an orthographic camera?
I mean, for sure you do gain performances, you can optimize more, I guess.
Yeah, but,
I can do an instancing. And, I don't know.
yeah, but like doing like a Bezier editor in Skia, I could do it in Stride. No idea how to do that.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
You probably end up with the Skia render.
Yeah, that's it. In Stride.
Okay, let's just remind ourselves that we with beta were always using DirectX for anything, for 2D applications, for 3D, for
Yeah.
we had the
Yeah,
editors for curve, and it was very natural. So Stride has this engine, but it also has a
Direct.
low-level
Yeah.
rendering,
Which is DirectX 11 somehow. Same
Yes,
workflow.
exactly, and it allows me to just draw lines and points. Yeah, you know, everything I want. So I don't know. There's no real obstacle here.
Yeah, okay. To be honest, I never tried.
There's no obstacle.
Okay.
It's just not done. Nobody did.
And now since we have the
No,
but before we didn't have the flat primitive like this and stuff like that we might want to use for that kind of stuff. So now that you guys merged Randall's PR, yeah, okay.
And you also don't have the Ingui render. That's right.
Yeah.
Someone else needs to write.
Guess who that can be.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Do your clone.
kind of take a straw, kind of put Stride inside it. I don't know,
Oh, we wanna write.
texture, and
I'm
then
gonna
we
use
use
it
it.
here and Stride.
Ingui Stride now instead of the Ingui Skia.
It has to be a way.
But yeah. Yeah, then I think it would be a good idea to give Spain like to quickly patch some.
But can you write this up now from the future?
What you were doing already, like redo the editing frameworks with.
What are you doing?
Yeah. That would be cool.
There were like a lot of options now. Whenever we
Like
said
doing
something
the-
and there was a bug.
Doing the frame like the editing framework in the Stride.
Yeah.
And then at some point, we know that it's gonna work in Ingui. So.
I mean, this is something we need anyways. Look, if you want to have an application with inspector and button, or everything is button, in a way, something like that, we want to have, right?
Yeah,
We want to have an English application inside there's somewhere is 3D window
yeah,
panel.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
this is not working, then I don't know, but let's give up. This is, it's given that we need that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, a timeline for me currently, I think of it the same way. There's a lot of stuff going on, and inside there's some accelerated rendering going on
Yeah,
in there, in the tracks.
yeah,
And that's done this way.
yeah,
So yeah, just to. Yeah.
And we have to figure out that at some point works, you know, but
yeah.
it's.
So like it's about the.
And I mean, that the Ingui Stride backend needs to be done anyways. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how would you do it if you have a 3D scene? You want to do those things in Skia and then having a Skia Ingui and then writing the Ingui to a Stride scene?
You have a Stride widget.
Yeah, or just make this Stride widget.
Stride widget, and then you have
The rendering.
Yeah,
I render the Stride equivalent of the Skia layer.
Yeah.
yeah,
There you can draw directly with draw mesh. I don't know.
Yeah. that makes sense. Okay, let's try this.
Yeah, so what would be a first step here? Would be try to patch a front end for the editing framework in Stride now? I would love to.
Really,
Yeah.
Yeah,
because that's you don't. It's a job that's available, I guess. I mean, really, for beta, there's all this. You know, here's the UI for that model. Here's the just I don't know, there's a mouse node and a keyboard node in beta, and now we've somehow built commands for moving points. We, you know, it's just, and it's just never done for DL or for Sprite. I mean, or
That's-
Skier.
that's
It's
something-
done for DX9 and DX7.
Do we have a line model yet still, by the way?
Hmm?
A line model? A line model? Line.
No line.
Line tree.
No, not yet.
No, we have this cute thingy.
There's a line editor.
Yeah, it's like a 1 pixel line.
Yeah.
We could use Fuse,
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes.
to make.
Use features.
Please build a proper UI monster. Everything in there.
Using an elemental layer in
Yeah.
a GUI thing.
Yes.
Right.
How do we draw a line? Ah, it's clear. Yeah, but that's doing like making a right content for the end. Maybe the framework should be reworked first, to be less beta, like that, and then framework.
Or we could try first. What obstacles are there actually? Because we know it works in a certain, I mean, it is
With the
something that works for beta.
Yeah.
And it's not elegant, maybe inside, might be, but then again, we know it's modularized in a way that that's rected away. This is the logic, this is the UI, this is the input devices, yeah. So it's not completely rubbish. That's what I'm saying.
It ships,
Yeah.
with Gamma, the editing framework already,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
GL
But
editing
also
framework.
look at it from a beta perspective. Take the latest beta 72, I think, and just look at it from there, because there you see the missing components.
How does it work? Editing
Just
framework,
mesh editor, point editor, whatever.
point
stuff like that.
editor.
Or is there a curve editor? Maybe.
No, let's do point editor. Point editor DirectX 9 3D.
Oh, it's really
Or, it's loading.
slowly. And then just F1 to get a nice patch.
Yes,
And here you can, yeah,
I remember those.
and you can tag them with T. No, also with marquee selection, I think. No, okay, right. Might be that this.
That
Are you
was,
holding T? Yeah.
yeah. That was,
Okay, maybe this changed at some point.
can I, how do I translate? Oh, okay, like that.
If drag the axis.
Yeah.
Oops, yeah. It doesn't really work much.
No, it does, it's just that it's,
Yeah, it's the third time that you're trying. So it doesn't work.
yeah.
The 3D gizmo is
Oh,
very,
usable.
very hard to use, I would say. Yeah, not so happy with that. But okay, there's also a 2D point editor. Let's maybe have a look at that.
DirectX
There you don't have this. It's really,
behind it? Wasn't it always a VL?
Yeah, I mean, that, I just want to like get a quick.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so you need to use this handle to move them, okay, and if we.
I think with the right click.
If we go inside, yeah,
it's point
it's
editor.
VL, gizmo control, point editor controls, keyboard, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the device would have to be replaced, I guess, but this inside is,
Point editor.
it just gives a state and then it's up to those. Where is the help Dutch? It's up to that it's up to the view to consume the state, so that would be the strike part,
Exactly.
and that's the,
What is the
or the Skia part.
Whatever you want to try.
Yeah,
What is inside this guy? It just gets the state and
point
then
is
splits them.
splitting and then just drawing stuff.
Yeah.
With like DirectX
Whatever,
9,
yeah.
whatever.
So it's in this regard, it's done very well. Yeah. Now you can just take the logic and just change the viewport. That's it.
And no Elementor.
That's what I was.
Elementor? Do you know what Elementor is? He paid a lot of money to erase that part of his memory.
Yeah, so I would say, is it something that we like the way you're sitting? Like, could we this afternoon do this? Start patching it
Yeah.
because I want to patch it. I don't want to talk.
I mean, the expectation would be that after doing this, it looks exactly the same, no?
Yeah.
And it has all, it feels the same as well.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Can I have a stupid question? I don't know what is the Elementor thing that you don't like it anymore. I know that you mentioned that a few times and
It's very. They have a conflictual relationship in an Elementor, so.
Yes, there's unresolved.
answer is a complicated.
I don't know. I'd like to do something else.
I have affection for it myself.
Oh,
It was a learning.
see like some audit
Project.
complex thing.
For me as well.
I see already Ingui and then, it's like an event.
Really?
I see it coming already.
Yeah, let's put the layout, how's it called? A stack. Stacking and flow thing from, let's implement it in Element.
I think it does too much. But there, let's not go over the Elementor. Yeah. I think it does too much things.
But what do you mean too much? Sorry, can I know what is going on?
Are you using Elementor?
Sometimes.
I don't know.
That's perfect.
I learned a lot. I learned how to build a library.
But you just don't want this to be included in Kairos. Why? Because it's not good. If you say it's not good, I'm like, okay, cool. You say it's not your business.
By the way.
Yeah.
Huh? You build it for Kairos. I need a line for Kairos. First I need a diagram, like, okay, so.
Yeah, that would,
No, it's a no.
It's heavy, no, it's. Just opening a patch that has these things.
because of 10,000 documents, I don't think it's library itself, it's a structure. Really.
But do you think that it's a better idea to go on from a scratch with something else, or is it possible to customize that? Or is that too much to go backwards?
No, but in the triple by in the 5 branch, there's not an argument anymore. It's both, that's quick, that's
Yeah.
everything else.
Yeah.
You don't do it, you reference it, it's just there. Just saying, it's an argument.
I mean, don't give Nathan the option to start from scratch.
Yeah, well, Ingui looks like from scratch, no? Because I mean, there are some things there
Really?
super nice,
I
but
mean, full of widgets.
Yeah,
that
but
we
it-
always dreamed of.
Yeah, but like a clip, it doesn't exist, so you will have to make like a square that has handles that you can grow on this side and this side.
Forget about using the movable component Elementor to deal
Yeah,
with this
but-
kind of stuff.
Yeah, but in Ingui that doesn't exist, so
No,
you
yeah, you just need to build everything in there.
exactly.
So, still, I saw all the widgets that are in Ingui,
Mhm.
so rich for most of the stuff like inspector and basic viewer of all the models.
Yeah,
There's everything there already.
And not
Tested by
possible-
millions of people. Solid, super light. I
yeah.
don't know what we're talking about is there. It's already imported. For advanced tools that you are gonna build, like UIs, I'm not against that. It's your job then.
I would like to talk to the one who wrote Ingui. They're sitting in the same room, this is the elemental thing, we need to move there.
I don't know, I want to start patching.
You find a nice way for this UI monster to bring, yeah.
Resist.
Nice logo.
Patching the, you wanna patch the, should we patch the thing?
Yeah, I want to have a look
And
here,
then the
but
arm
we
growing
have to
here.
check first.
Okay.
No, just because then you would start doing this, you will start doing something else, and we can just change a bit organized. Also because
Parting straight lines and.
Rich understand what we're talking about. Very important topics. And
Really
this
quiet.
advanced widget is not the most important for the UI, I believe.
I
Because
think that is the UI, to be honest.
no, this is the UI. Wait,
Why?
just to say that
Some Java swing.
guys,
Is it,
to edit this,
is that interactive?
I just need an inspector. I don't even need to drag and scale the clips. If I have an inspector, I simply set position, duration, I set all the settings of the clip. So before anything else, this part, these elements here are what is really crucial to interact with this tool while we develop them. Then obviously in parallel, we want to have nice interactive.
So you mean that
Marks there.
the timeline is passive, it just reacts to the inspector, but you cannot touch it and.
Yes, this could be just a viewer, a visualizer.
No,
at
but
the
honestly,
beginning.
that already is in InGUI. You have this, all those even lines and graphs, they are the histogram plot, line plot histogram.
Whatever, just saying
It's there.
that
yeah.
before it's nice to have this enthusiasm. And of course, we can start looking into these options, but that's why I wanted to have this chat about UI. There are subtopics and finding what's relevant, what are the priorities. It's important because if we have an inspector, then we can really start operating on these tools while we develop them. So while someone develops an interactive thing, still
We can
I'm
use
able to build and test and use a timeline.
Yeah,
So it's important to evaluate nicely this part. So that's why I was trying to sketch here. So I would say there are three components, no? So I would say there are three parts in our UI venture, which is make sure that we have inspector, which we know is an independent project, separate project, but still, can we maybe speed up the process there? If that drastically allows us to operate on the rest, maybe that's also one thing, no? What's the status of the inspector now? Are they just waiting to implement some widgets? Maybe we can just do that. And then we have an inspector that somehow works. And then we go back to thinking, so someone can already patch many widgets and for certain parts of the model of the timeline, for example. You can use InGUI for that. And then someone else maybe can tackle this issue of having advanced editors, which means that going to the framework, editing framework first, and then to the backend, how to implement. But it's a longer journey, also because there's no implementation, there's no support for Stride in InGUI at the moment. So it's a bit longer, that part. So I would say, looking at this, breaking it down, to me, having a possibility to have an inspector where we can send, we have just to click on this invisible button that is already available, whatever it is, to send, okay, I need to edit this model, and in my inspector, I will be able to do it right away.
yeah, that's already implemented in InGUI.
So
With chat.
maybe I would say this is the priority to me regarding UI. Because the problem is we should do what allows us to start as soon as possible to interact with these objects, so that we can
So inspector,
If you wait for the widget to be ready, it could take.
forget about it. Hopefully, I mean, which means really, there is already an inspector repository project that we worked on it, me and Elias, and then also Sebastian. So let's just go back there and check the status of that and see who can do what, we can speed up that thing. Yeah, I already see different aspects here, and
okay,
that to me is should be the priority.
so inspector,
I would say so.
okay.
I guess,
But Elias already made an inspector in Imgui, I remember, in the first demo, like you select an object, you get all the properties.
that's what I'm saying. There is a project, which is a bunch of experiments in the end, so we should just go back there, check what's the current state of that. Is it like all these pests and did they come through one thing that we
Yeah.
can take over and
Okay, I mean,
improve? And I don't know. This is my view. Then I'm open to.
no, that makes sense,
Mhm.
because the inspector would help that, but
I mean, it's not lost work either. right?
Exactly.
Like, you would still want this
Shut up,
functionality. right?
inspector then. So
okay, we can have a look at the inspector. I think I already have the report there.
you have the repo.
Yep.
You have the right repo.
The one, yeah, I set it up.
It's
Remember.
behind all repos now.
No.
That's the one we set up. The
Where is
inspector on the Fuse Lab
The Fuse Lab.
organization. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the one that they worked on.
There's another one,
I don't know.
but you already pushed the nuggets for that. No, but I mean, the inspector thing, I'm totally on, because that's, it's like next gen inspector, like what this idea they had is like for every node, you patch inside the node how this should look in the inspector. And the inspector just, if you click on this node, your custom node,
Does a call to this operational. right?
gets the service and displays it.
The current sailor us.
So there's another repo, it's not the Fuse Lab one.
Let me just share my screen. So where is it, this inspector? Is in VVV?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, then that's not the one I know.
Is it public? Go ahead. 99 repositories,
Public.
more than our stars. Oh, isn't there?
I was checking this now, it starts on OpenCV. I had not started. You know, I didn't have a startup on me.
You start your own repos.
I mean, going around begging for stuff and. Oh. As a nugget.
But you were, because you already pushed a nugget under that name. -3, maybe?
Yeah, I can try that.
Why? Is it private name?
There's two code entries somewhere. Blog.
Nugget.org/packages.
But isn't it? Isn't it that link? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's the one Nathan made. Yeah. The Fuse Lab. That's our. Yeah. Who said that? Let me focus for a few minutes, chat after pushing him the wrong screen. Okay.
So if they have the repository, process will be to
Make it,
fork
make it public.
Or fork.
or fork it, continue it, and then.
Or the others
pull
as
request,
collaborators, whatever,
pull request, and that's.
in glory.
That's an juice now.
Ah,
Yeah, so that's the repo.
that's,
Okay.
that's the one then. The one
This
you're,
one. Yeah, that we are looking at. So grab the code. I'll say.
What?
curry first.
Ooh,
Just,
where?
I don't know, I
Well,
guess that's a good one. out there.
Think we start.
Yeah.
Beer
And I'm
reversed
also not
spice.
sure about where it works.
Might just have to jump on a call in 5 minutes, but a short one, so. Might. Is there a way to use a form of using in binary search? It would be nice to have such an option. Sweet.
It's. Not clear. I mean. Some issues with the extension when they get loaded when not. I don't know why it doesn't show up. So repost. It's the repo folder.
Package repos folder, yeah, this one. Oh, what is the name of the folder? Is it matching? Sorry, just. Yeah, okay, my bad.
Well, the stable release, huh? So- Huh? It's not a stable release.
Yeah,
Saying.
it doesn't show up as a.
Still, special there. Should just react on control I, but I don't know why.
Anyway,
Not sure happy.
yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. Still,
Um,
we have an inspector there, no?
Yeah, but
yeah. We have an inspector now. And. Oh, wait. What? Why don't we just? Yeah. That's not constant.
Okay, so then go to the repo.
What?
Maybe we are not in the latest state of the repo.
because it was already checked out, the repo, or did you just clone it?
I just cloned it.
We just don't. Oh, wait.
No, but this is Kairos. Select the repo there.
Now working.
Okay. Do I have to compile anything? No. Probably it won't fly, no? Close the view.
You mean, but make. Okay. No, I was talking shit. Ah. Oh.
What is that?
That's the preview extension.
What? Oh la la.
Yeah, you can.
Looks like better,
Looks like what?
better. Just black.
But if you unpin, because it was pinned to nothing, I don't know. Ah, fuck. It was complaining the extension in red. In the dependencies.
Okay.
So maybe there's something missing in there. Yeah. Yeah.
Rainbow.
What is this?
It's always giving problems.
Shouldn't be a lot
So it's not done in English, this inspector.
No, because I wanted to first tackle the inspector
Not
And
that
then-
we draw.
and then the UI.
We still,
Just wanted to see what's actually the problem of using Elementor.
you might need to reopen.
What's going on? Oh, that's
Picture renderer, what was that?
Recompile endlessly.
Which pin editor. Picture recorder, what's this?
Not used.
Still something is red in there, or we need to recompile. We close and reopen. The more you reference the Elementor, you can come up. Just saying.
I had a look like in the commit history, when it was called UI element, it was just one document. With all times. No, but see, I mean, most of what I know in VL is because I did element patches, like patterns and stuff like that.
Yeah, I learned a lot. And still, it was more like learning, like in patterns of programming.
Yeah.
But I'm not proud of it. I don't think that you really tackle the problematics of UI or the UI. Really, I would have tried to stop it different way from the interaction perspective, from the pointer perspective, and
I see.
in different ways.
Next year.
Did you restart?
No,
I would just do it. I think it's just crashed. Compile that. Does anybody watching this?
No.
It's just a narcissistic thing. And then we do.
No, I mean, we archive for the future later. See you in.
Ooh la la.
Fancy.
OMG.
You're thinking to interact with the right.
No. Elemental. Yeah.
It doesn't work.
So, it works, but it's somehow doesn't feel really nice.
What? Ah, okay, you need to apply.
There's this
Changes.
no, not really.
Well, it doesn't change.
Yeah, sometimes it's somehow stuck, but the idea is that you can interact here. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I have to debug this. I don't know, Elementor. I changed its value. It should go get written into here. I react on some, Elementor event, but it doesn't write into here. Here I'm reacting on some Elementor event, it writes into here. I don't know. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the idea is clear, no? React on this, write into here. Oh, now it's there. Wow. And yeah, and for displaying the values, I use the tooltip widgets for now, and so that I don't run into some weird threading issues. Those are thread safe, and the program pushes on whatever thread this is running on. Okay, that's the main thread, so it's not an issue, but it's different from the UI thread, though. Yeah, this is a bit blah blah. Just to avoid certain problems. But yeah, it's a bit weird. Now we have Elementor for inputs and tooltips for outputs. Or if you connect here to a to something, then this is also done with tooltip because you can't interact, you can't edit. So everything that you want to edit is done with Elementor. And then there is this button here
To go back
to go back to default. This is sometimes necessary if you have a node with fragments. Then
you wanna
alt right click the pin, and this is alt right click the pin for now. That's just not designed in any way. It's a weird interaction, I know, but that's the alt right click on the pin, which then, if there's nothing in the pin, leads to the fragment
being disabled.
And this thing is for now glued to the patch editor like this, and then now you can pin this, and the theory would be that you can at some point
Create another one.
Create another one, that would be great. Currently, this is not possible, but at least it doesn't go. And now it's not pinned, and I can just. Yeah, the idea would be to have some help text, and in the end to be able to just work with inputs and outputs some way. Just very simple. And there are just some issues with it currently. For example, if you have alias R, let's say alias R. So here it takes some weird record. And it displays everything as if you could now just adjust this at alias R settings. And it even writes into here. I'm not sure if this works. I think for such complex types we shouldn't allow this. I'm not sure.
Well, wait,
But-
because this is crucial for us.
This is crucial for
Yeah, because
you?
we need as soon as possible the inspector in order to be able to edit model, shows like records. Okay. To edit the timeline. So
Yeah.
the idea would be, okay, I grab my model of a keyframe and I send it to the inspector. Right? So the inspector can edit these properties and give him back a new model.
So this kind of inspectors may be something different, but maybe let's drag Elias into the discussion, because I'm not sure if we have such a thing even. Write a whole model into the thing.
Yeah. Looking at the UI, we have realized that even before the current editing framework, even before all of that, I just need an inspector to really start using these tools in the most primitive way still. So it's done now. And in Kairos, we did that, no? Must be just, yeah, it was an object that we were sending objects and it was an editor for, it was using reflection, it was going through it, taking the properties, and then we were registering editors for the types of the properties. So you're saying that maybe it's a different beast. This is to edit nodes, that one is to edit data types.
Exactly, yeah. That's maybe a different thing. So I was just
Inspector. It's understood that it's the first thing that we need. Inspector, so that we can edit models, so we can start seeing something happening in this timeline thing. But first thing that we notice that this inspector with this sketch here is to edit nodes and pins. But in our case, we just need to edit properties of record of data types.
Yeah.
And now we were wondering, is it the same thing or that is completely different?
It looks like that we can, there's one input for this node here. Type edits our settings and right click here and I should actually yeah, if I change some setting here, it writes into the pin. So it looks like does something. Not sure if that's true.
Check the outputs.
Yeah. So it does something.
It's editing.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm not sure if we can. Yeah, if this is if
thought
that's
we
the way
could
to go to you might want to have an option to fold an input to the ADSR settings, and if you want to edit it, you unfold and go into the details. And
Yeah, you just if it's a data type,
yeah.
you can unfold it and go deeper into it, no?
yeah, but okay, yeah, it looks like it does that already. What you need.
So then the question is, this is done and it reacts to your mouse clicking in the patch. But can we programmatically like from another custom UI send objects to this thing and say, edit this and give me back a new version of it?
Yeah, I was thinking before, if you start building a Kairos UI now, clearly it would just be nice if our UI would be in GUI already. Because then this whole docking thing and layouting works. But that's why I wonder why not start with the inspector in the Kairos UI, and then at least they have then a window which is inside consistent.
Yeah, I mean,
But if we now use this window, then again, we have this blue that doesn't have anything to do with that one here.
I would put it inside, of course. I would put it inside. I think it's the same thing, not just where you put it.
Yeah, inside it's the same thing, but where it's a certain point, it's not as key a window or what this one is. It's a
Anyway,
it's an ingui.
I think it would be one window.
Then if it's nicely in there, and you can scratch it, can tap it or create multiple, or I don't know.
Ideally, you should be able to also take it out and have it on a separate screen, for example, though. Right? In a separate window.
Yeah, I think Ingo had it. We would need have to look at this. There was something about it.
Because in the end, we will have
Feature.
multiple inspectors. That's the point. Inspector, so generally, you can have an inspector, you have a screen with the entire UI of the timeline, then another screen with one inspector logged to certain things, another inspector logged to, I don't know, and then they are all docked in a meaningful way. I guess. Still.
I'm not sure if this works. What is this? Input of the split node. And then it's the tactile. Okay. That works.
So it operates both on pins and obviously values of pins.
You know. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the entry point to this obvious is that you just check from the you design notifications, so from the patch, right? And we need to be able to just send. No, it's not that computer. We need to be, to say, let's say that we have an inspector channel where we can push objects over. And then this guy receive it and eventually operate on it and send it back. I don't know.
But I didn't follow. What is the problem with the current approach? I wasn't there, so-
No, we just need to understand if this is what we need, this tool. And if you can do what we need in terms of interaction, because it's not about selecting nodes in the patch in our case.
So no, it's not showing the edit for the custom input, no?
It's about, from our, from timeline, you select a clip.
Yeah.
Which basically send a model of the clip to the editor.
it's wrong.
And send back. So we need to be able to not only inform this editor from the patch, but also from any. There should be like an API that you send stuff to be edited. No.
Yeah, so I mean, the payload is the model of the node that you have selected. Wait. Yeah. Yeah.
Object editor.
Yeah.
This inspector that you just already.
That I wrote in 10 minutes.
Within GUI.
Yeah, it was 10
Can you
minutes.
spend another 5 minutes and give us?
We'll give it then.
Yeah, but it has no features or anything. It has no interaction yet. But
So basically the input is the object.
it's not done with channels yet, so it needs a little bit of law.
Let's then right now.
Yeah, the input is object and the output comes out here, right? So.
It doesn't write back directly to the.
No, that's a record, so it's not.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, sure.
It
But-
gives me here the new.
but you can push objects,
Yeah.
you know, so you don't need to use the input in there, right?
Yeah, I think it just needs a little bit of. No one touched it since I wrote it.
I guess I will.
But you don't need to connect the input pins there, right? In the object editor. You can simply push values from downstream, right?
Yes.
But this is, it's not a slider, it's just a, okay. What? Yeah, we need to, clearly it's not done like the others are done. Like, for example, if I have a, so here's the idea with the channel. So it should take a channel as well, which we can fit here. And then it acts on it. So if I have you see, here's a button. Like, go back to this original example. Maybe it's not. It wasn't updated yet. It's still. I think the first sketch I did, and no one touched this node. Anton didn't look at it, so he was only going for the primitives. Where it's like this now, where you have the channel and then you feed it in there, and the UI acts on it.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
fine.
the model.
Yeah, and then you have basically your, or you know what I mean.
You just, we need to build an entity that grabs parts of the model that you're interested into, set the channel, and the inspector can, with the channel, can edit this thing. And then, it's like having a Kairos timeline server, like the OSC server or the VU server that we were talking yesterday. It's just one brain on our side that bind this channel to some parts of our model. That's it. But still, we need then. So okay, the next thing would be to revamp this object here, object editor, accepting channels, and then what about the widgets? Is there a way to register widgets, or how does it work? Why do you see those widgets there now?
Which ones? Like, why is there
Those
a
editors.
float for the attack time? Because you said that float equals that widget. Could you say, for instance, there I want a slider and not just a field?
It's very primitively done still. There's no registration. We would need to add it. It's a very simple code, I think. Currently it's just a big if case, where it's just checking the most primitive types. And if it's something more like a record, then it builds that we see already, that it basically right, it traverses over it and then recursively calls itself again. This, and also spreads and dictionaries. That's it. So basically here the else case or the first case should be like asking does anyone wanna draw this or do it? If not, then I take over.
Okay.
So it's just this simple interaction is missing. But then you can basically add
The
your own.
first thing could be setting registration or something.
The first thing would be to update this class, this
With the channel.
Yeah.
that it works on a channel, because currently this wasn't updated.
And also you wanted to set the object from
Or am I just in an outdated version? Because it's,
What the channel?
Why channel?
Why channel?
no, it should work the same way as the button or as right. Here it has. I'm in Ingui now, and these UI elements all you pass them a channel on which they work on, and this object editor I wrote as the first thing back then. It was not updated yet to work in that pattern. It's not correct. So that would be the first step.
Okay,
Second step would be to add this indirection, so that you can
register
either register or
your own editors.
get a callback, or I don't know.
But ideally, we should have also attributes. So because row 32 is not necessarily as well as a slider, or but that means attributes.
Just saying, I was, of course, I was working on the Imgui library a lot. so that it's in a state that we can use it for the inspector, but at the same time, I was working on an inspector, so to see what is actually the problem with the UI, that do we actually need IMGUI, or do we need to work on the API so that setting pins is easier, or you know, I wanted to have a look from different directions. So okay, I totally understand that we want to take IMGUI at some point because it's, I don't know,
Solid.
more solid maybe, or more performant, I don't know, and but I don't see the actual issue for now with working with Elementor. I mean, I'm not sure. Some point we might switch to IMGUI, but for now, Elementor also is working in a way now. But it's not. There was some bugs maybe that sometimes entered. Well, you didn't arrive at the pin, so we can have a look at that. But, and at some point, yeah, of course, switching to IMGUI would be nice.
Oh, why is it so fat all of a sudden behind?
What?
Look, the window behind the renderer, like the scroll bar is like.
Yeah, I think this is every time I open a window. Where are we here?
So IMGUI is also not bug free. But in that sense, I'm not sure why.
Did you compile it recently? Or?
Yeah, like I already witnessed that bug a few weeks ago.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and I mean, working with Elementor would make it easier to, I guess, do those custom editors because it's just already there. You don't have to go through this IMGUI layer in the middle and propagate the events, whatever. Everything is done already. No.
Okay, we can also have a look at what's missing. Maybe the IMGUI library is just
I'm looking.
that far away from being useful for us. I mean, could also be, or the object editor probably can also be patched. I mean, it doesn't have to be a C# statement. The widgets are all there. We have class widgets. Medium.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's many ways for how to proceed. It feels like the fact that it's written in C# already limits the amount of people who can work on that. And then there's this factory and stuff. It's a little bit complicated. So I don't know. But in a way,
Super trivial.
it's trivial, but then we just say that take it from there. No, it's something we need to tackle again.
The first thing is settle on some technology, Elementor or first, then stop always asking us again, what is the right decision? Should we?
But I guess, I mean, at some
Drives
point,
you nuts in a way, at least me.
it goes in layers now that there is some basic functionalities that are the same. Either you go for Skia, for Elementor, or for IMGUI, are the same, like the mechanism behind having an entity that is listening over a channel and just operate on it, and how we communicate with it is essential. This, for example, is something that could happen through the parameters, the binding thing that we imagined yesterday. No, this could be like a server. It's something that you can communicate with and can communicate back. We could imagine also that. So yeah, making sure that we have,
What the space setup or what? Like the, no, can you?
yesterday we sketched this very flexible, like, routing.
Yeah.
And you could use that also to drive, if this inspector is just a server that pops up and is available. And then you can just send stuff to, you can establish connection to, you send a model to a channel and you receive back the new model. By using the same setup, the same network, so to say. So we could already start setting up this. And then what happens inside this inspector server, let's say, when it gets a model and how it operates on it, there is a part that is about reflecting over this object and extracting all the properties. No? And that is something that needs to happen anyway. So then it boils down at the very end how you draw the widgets for each property and with which technology. But before reaching there are other layers that are common, no?
Yeah.
So what are the commonalities here between these two objects that we see? The Ingui one and the Menta one, do they share anything? Well, I mean, the object editor is a black box. Yeah. So maybe. And I guess the other inspector is way more advanced because we use the VR API to deal with pins and.
Yeah, but the other one also needs to, that's my problem a little bit, that our inspector needs to deal with our model, which has, and this runtime, not runtime, la 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 la.
Exactly. It's way
And
more
this is
complicated.
a lot of shit you don't need at all.
Exactly.
It's like completely overdone.
It's way more complicated.
For you, it's much simpler. It's like what I just showed. It's basically this node. It's all you need. And
Well, in our scenario, that is the first version.
in other words, what my problem is a little bit why we kind of constantly stop progress here because we are still in our inspector. It's complicated, whatnot. That's kind of driving me a little bit because
I don't know.
because what they need is much simpler. It's much simpler. It was already there. Now you just need to hook it up, and then you can already edit everything. That's what you wanted 2 hours ago. That's my problem. Why we always kind of like when we need to do, it's constant. I don't know, not making progress with anything. Which is depressing.
I can't follow. I'm not. Let's just do it. Let's just not complain. If you are all on the same page, let's just take the Ingui approach and let's do it.
I wasn't for Ingui or Elementa. I was saying that before even choosing those, let's see if there is like an architecture behind that is just we need to do it anyway. We need to think about it anyway. So yeah, you're right. It is. I mean, as a first thing, we just need to edit records. Then in the future will be different. It will be more similar to the VV inspector because yes, I want to inspect that clip. I want to edit the feature, but I also maybe want to have a feedback of the value of the clip, whatever this is runtime. Or that at that point it becomes more intricate the thing. And so at that point it will be meaningful to rethink, okay, we are not sending a record, we are sending a class or a pointer to a class. And in there we can maybe, I don't know, provide a custom, another way to interact with that object, to visualize it and to edit it. But at the beginning, I would say, yes, we just need to edit a record. Now, what's the easiest way to do that? With Elementor, we already did it somehow in Kairos, no? There was a way to send object to a.
No, but it works here in the inspector as well, as we just saw.
I only
In
need
your inspector,
let me just
Yeah, they work.
let me
no?
just
yeah, so how shall, is there a like an API thing or some way in which we can connect a channel, like we can send objects over to that inspector, or is just listening to the patch actions? You know, when we now you're selecting nodes in the patch, that's how we have access.
I thought that's what was the idea for the inspector, that it is multi-purpose, but now you're
Yeah, but-
always talking about channels and these new parameter stuff built around channels,
It needs to be
which is
tracked.
then not multi-purpose anymore, no? Then it's for channels and not for any node.
No, channel was just, we need to find a way to communicate with that thing. It can't be just a VL thing that reacts to your patch action. I'm not gonna select the timeline node because I want to inspect the timeline. I'm in the UI of the timeline, and I select that clip or select this clip, that button, and each one of them represents the data type that I wanna inspect. So from here, we need to have a way to, okay, send object that we want to edit to this object here, to this inspector that needs to react, not from a patch click, but because we send in something to edit, right? Okay. I don't know, that's why
Okay.
that's why I was thinking channels, no?
Well.
Maybe there could be a paradigm.
We could also just have a look at why it works in the in this inspector we currently have, because this example was the split ADSR settings where the input was ADSR setting. I mean, this is an object, this is a record we were able to edit. So there's somehow an object editor right there, right?
But that comes from appeal, right?
But that's a detail.
No, no,
There's an object editor somewhere doing the right job.
Indeed. In fact,
So-
there's-
I'm just changing it. That it's coming with a
channel.
10. Did I do everything correct? I hope so. Channel widget is the base class. Blah, blah.
I know you can build weight.
Now it should,
But it's not like-
now it should have a channel input, like the slider. Channel of object. You can send it anything. I don't know, do they all have this one?
Yeah,
What is the? mean?
it means that the value was changed by the UI in that moment.
Okay, but, so we can do a channel. And
It is our setting.
I can once, right, somehow, whatever. Now this one was the window. And
I mean,
now,
do a split. Okay, settings.
do I see?
Just cast it.
What?
I split it just to see the values. Maybe we missed the value.
Was changing it immediately.
Before you present the. Oh, okay. Funny. It shouldn't be like that. No. What shouldn't be like that? Of course not.
Yeah.
Weird.
So, of course, each technology comes with its own little issues, yeah. And, let me just, without being too emotional, just state that we have an object editor running with Elementor, and we have one running with Imui. So you can choose what path to go. But you shouldn't get stuck for now. Because you can edit any object.
Well. The next step is also this indirection thing that Elias mentioned. How is that to implement that in not C# in the
Well,
like to register a custom editor?
in Elementor we can register services, no?
Yeah. So that would
In
be,
Ingui, no.
yes.
That would be
So
absolute
for now-
plus to go for Elementor.
Yeah.
Complicated.
Well batched. What? And also, yeah, to do the drawing in Ingui right now, if we create an Elementor widget, we cannot have events, so that's another problem. Whereas in Elementor, just works.
So we don't go as run anymore? Just a question.
That's another thing.
I'm missing this help patch with the,
With the channels,
no, with the more complex UI. It's all these simple little things. It's
The demo window? No.
what UI?
yeah, you know, they can dock stuff and move stuff
The
around.
demo, it's the sandbox maybe?
This is always a broken patch, what I remember. No one cares.
But it's just a widget for demo window, no? Yeah, it's there.
It's in
The
the
red ink will be in the window.
That's no, it's not this one.
There was a node demo window. You probably need to connect it to a window.
Jesus.
Then where was this whole? Where was it?
Those menu there.
Hmm.
The maintenance. Doesn't really work.
This bug, like maybe in Stride it just works. I really don't know. Looked at it for hours. No idea. No, I'm looking. Come on, where was it?
The docking.
Yeah.
Bug layout or something? No.
Why is it so hidden now? Who is? No. Doc
Subspace.
And this is not part of the doc space. So that's okay. Yeah, but Anton already showed me once a demo with the stuff and I don't. weird. Where he was setting this up and then showed me and he could restore it and
Why are you looking for document?
I'm just saying that. In the end, you wanna have your inspector over here, you wanna be able to blah, 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 arrange stuff and all that, and I'm pretty sure you will be stuck in Elementor there. Just wanted to put another pro versus cons thing. And yeah, I don't know, all these menus, I don't know, right click on this way menus.
Obviously, yeah. We can't, but if there's a bug, we can't do anything about it, but. Yeah, but now do we need this? Maybe not. I don't think so. I don't know. This,
But yeah, you were building Elementor for Kairos.
now you have it.
And in the .5 gammas, it looks like this, doesn't it?
But it wasn't, what's the problem with Elementor? That is heavy, just in runtime, it's very heavy.
It doesn't feel that heavy in the .5. We
Yeah,
start,
because everything you do in Elementor, if you go inside it was a pain in the ass before, but .NET 5 maybe not.
Yeah, but still, I think if you compare. I mean, here we see we have 105. I don't know, it's need to open more stuff, I guess. And was it Elementor?
Like if you take the
Widgets in action or what?
yeah, widgets in action.
Whoa! So here you are on 6. I don't know how fair it
You're
is.
still need opening response.
Oh, wait, I need to wait. Awesome call.
Yeah, but maybe there are some things that, well, but that's a pretty fat UI. Well, not that much actually. But why is it taking?
I'm just saying,
Is that the same instance of before?
yeah,
But before you open the Elementor patch, it wasn't drawing that much. I mean, are you trying to compare both? Because when you, as soon as you open Elementor, the update raised in the IMGUI one.
Close the England one. Okay.
yeah, but look at this number. 4 milliseconds, and in the other one was 0.5 milliseconds. Was 0.4. It's 10 times slower.
This is Kia.
I know.
Which one is 10 times slower?
Elementor.
And 4 milliseconds is a lot.
Yeah, it is, of course.
And 0.5 is nothing.
So much more optimized. Okay.
I mean, there could be ways to optimize elements. Someone. That now every object is drawn as an independent thing, but then what you could do is you could create like families of elements, like all the outlines of stuff get collected and drawn as a unique this kind of stuff, no?
Yeah.
You can find ways to optimize. You maybe reduce the freedom that you have, but you optimize the works. I guess we're talking about a temporary solution. I don't know.
And just on another topic, and tell me if you want to discuss that later, but how would you see that registration thing? How does it, how do you, like, I want to register a custom editor for an editor, whatever.
No,
Where do I
wait,
go?
wait, I'm talking about data types.
Only data types,
Yes.
classes,
I-
records.
Yeah, this is what I'm used to. Like in Kairos, I was doing that. There's a registry, and then you can register a service
Hmm.
per type. Now, I was passing the interpolation model,
Mhm.
asking for a service to draw that type, and I was able to register a drawer for that type.
Okay.
That could have been anything. Okay, so I was just registering editors for types. Then I also sketched another version using attributes, so you could also define at the property level, another data type, what kind of
widget you want.
widget you would like to have for that type, which is still a float, but still I want to draw it with a slider,
Hmm.
with min and max, whatever.
Mhm.
So we can add a lot of details.
Yeah.
In this way.
Okay.
So of course, we have all the freedom that we want with element.
And with GUI as of today, there are things that would not work.
Another argument for IMGUI, though, is that you have the channels coming from upstream and you have two ways, binding. So if you change within the UI, it's already via this node, where you select some item from the model and property, blah, blah. If you change down here, somehow it ends up in your model.
That's something that we can just implement in as well. No?
You put the channels.
You could, but you would need to reinvent Elementor, or at least the data binding.
Rewrite.
It has a property which is a reference. Now, what is it?
It's a subject, you know, it's
It's a
subject.
Behavior subject.
Subject.
Okay.
So that's the thing, no, that there's no observable coming out of the UIs.
We also have an element unobservable.
Yeah, the subject. There is the raw value and the subject.
So it's just the fact that instead of that, we'll replace it with a channel, which holds the value of the thing. And then at the point, you can connect from top, from bottom. You can do whatever you want. You can use the same function on those utility nodes like select. You could use it in the same way.
Elementor 6.0. Go.
Maybe it wouldn't be that crazy now to just replace it.
No, because then it is like a single data type that is shared by everybody. So you just, and then you have to fix all the help patches, of course, but
That's it.
it's not like there are 10,000 help patches. And yeah,
So. Yeah. So in IMGUI, there is no input, or there's an input which is the channel.
Yeah.
Right. And if there is a channel connected, if it's assigned, that's the property that the widget operates on.
this is like when we have the
Yeah.
external value.
It displays the value of the channel and it sets the value to the channel. And
Yeah,
via some of those merge operations,
and we have the
the
same,
channel system makes it
Yeah.
work that the original model gets changed.
we have the same in Elementor because we can expose the value property. And in that case, we can externalize the value property. It's like a reactive thing that comes from outside. And the widget just operates on that stream. It's already there in Elementor.
Yeah.
So if we replace in a nice way with a channel, which is the same implementation that you have in IMGUI, then we could, yeah, they will be basically compatible, so to say. And all the help functionalities that you build around this approach would work also with Elementor.
It might take some time though in Elementor to do this replacement because internally lots of things might depend on this subject that we already had. So we would need to also update stuff internally that rely on that.
Still, the channel is nothing more than a behavior subject.
Yeah, but still
friendly.
everything will break. since, and
Of course.
you would still have to
course.
go everywhere and.
I would do it from scratch. Everything,
You always do first.
Is that available here already?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure,
The
I
info-
don't remember.
yeah, so if you go inside the toggle. But can you go inside? No, you can't.
Was preloaded.
Yeah. Apparently.
Where do you have it?
Repo. Oh, not even.
No, I don't have it.
Oh,
But is there a way to be able to simply enter in libraries?
Yeah, you just open the file.
Okay.
Take the slider, take the slider.
Slider.
Where?
Via the elements of the widget of slider. Yeah. And now, okay, now slider spectral. And then there is a component called numeric value. And if you go in there, this is all the widgets have this, and there is the stream something that where there is the on next. That's how we are handling it. So this is where like the channel should go.
Yeah.
That's it.
You have default, min and max.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. You
Probably
probably,
stupid that we did is that the default only gets recalled on middle click, but it's not the widget in its initial value, which is confusing.
yeah, big change.
Yeah, but I mean, it would just break everywhere and everywhere is broken, you
I don't
can
know, it's a big
do
change.
a stupid.
No? But you would need to leave this stuff.
Why?
No, I'm not saying replacing the numeric value of the channel, I'm saying putting the channel inside the
Yeah.
numeric value.
Here. that
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, instead of
Instead
that.
of that. You don't break anything, you just use the same technology inside, you expose it.
Set default. Ah, because there was this boxing thing as well. There is value in value T, remember? Then generic thing,
Yeah, this is old fashioned.
but we can get rid of that. no? This boxing. I don't remember why we did that.
You needed it in Kairos.
I don't think it was Kairos. It was something else. But see, there is value property and value property T. Why did we do that?
To be able to access in a non-generic way.
With object, you mean?
Yeah,
No, okay.
which still is an issue in the channel.
it's true, there's an interface message.
So we will need to cast. Yeah. Can't be really the same channel. Because we would receive always a channel of object. We will need to cast internally here. To our local channel. Right? What? If we use all this.
Set value, get value. You can keep this, you can just do that.
Yeah, no, when I
Same
say that,
thing, cast and then set value. It's the same.
in Ingui. Do you have channels of T or channels of objects?
Now we need to add the channel then generic as a base thing.
Because now it's everything is objects, so.
But you probably wouldn't need it for this year. I mean, the I value property, this interface would still stay around. Can you go to I value property interface?
Just.
You know, I thought I'm super smart. Set value, get value observable.
That's what you want.
That's what I wanted. And get value observable probably, well,
In our case, you could then just say get channel. And you get an ungeneric channel, and that one has an ungeneric value of that object, and that's it.
or.
So you
it-
could
or
basically
even
probably get rid of
It
this.
is a channel of object, could as well. Be.
Sure. Does it work?
This boxing should, yeah, if you do the same. It's not original channel. So you could bind it to an channel of object in a way. But yeah,
What is that? Reach, cast, and then I'll say, wow. You did that.
no,
This one.
let's just, yeah, that would be a hack. Would be nice to have.
And
An
you do
ungeneric,
T to object and object to T.
yeah, let's just
A.
add the ungeneric interface, so that we have an ungeneric view on the.
Yeah.
The,
Yeah, because otherwise you need to
Actual
do this shit
channel.
everywhere.
I wanna access the actual.
In the boxing, we
can do the base class,
That's it. Then no one needs to do this ever again in real life.
Yeah, it's just a view on the original thing.
I did that also. I look at my code where the target code was different, that every input value was already kind of like a channel, and this channel class, I wrote, well, it wasn't called channel, it was called different, but same idea. But there I had also, it was important that I had this ungeneric base which did the boxing and
Yeah,
and also that I have a observable object was also interesting, so that you could subscribe in an ungeneric way, and you get the values pushed in an object observable and not in the integer. What we have here as well. You need this some point.
yeah, just saying, as long as we don't have this interface, the same hack would work for channels with with this merge operator. But it doesn't matter. So there's nothing that would keep us from just doing this, but yeah, it's for sure a lot of work to address every patch and and then to communicate. But we needed the engineering interface anyways for something else. What was that? Yeah, for the parent.
So yeah, what about it? The main time with.
What about?
Just make it another view.
We are considering switching though.
Yeah, make it twice, I would say. I would make two teams, two UI teams,
Let's see the one who arrives first.
or it works better. The NASA did it that way. That's how they came to the moon, no? I mean, they created 3 teams and everyone didn't know that the other one exists, and
Yeah, true.
the whole idea was you need to land on the moon.
Kairos is the moon.
Only the one who wins gets moved.
No, but
Not in our case,
Nobody gets.
but. Okay, well, but then it's fine. I mean, we have, it's clear now, no? What are the topics on the plate?
Yeah, but no idea what to tackle and what to tackle first and how to tackle what.
You're gonna tackle something anyway, no?
Yeah,
No, because I mean, my point was, okay, let's put everything, what are the options on the table in this domain? We did yesterday with the binding, let's put everything on the table, we find a roadmap through those things, and then we just decide who does what.
Yeah.
Maybe, no?
Yeah.
Like how you made a little whip action when they said who does what.
Holy water, like.
So we came in late, so please tell us how you ended up with the insight that the inspectors thing that we have to check out first.
So, yeah, if you think about the UI of a timeline, okay, let's take an example there. All those complex elements that you want to interact with, like a BCA editor or whatever, are just advanced way to access and operate on a model. Just advanced, but still you can access the same model through an inspector, and they're changing X and Y or that point, and it's something that you can already do, and it allows you to already start someone at least to interact with a living thing and develop that, while someone else implements more advanced way to interact with that.
Okay.
Thing.
And all of that actually is there already. That's why you started the inspector and the PS lab, and
When you mean like-
and now it's yeah.
We have Kairos.
I touched it and maybe made it a little bit more of a node inspector. I don't know, maybe this wasn't the plan originally. I thought that was at some point the idea. But in there, we saw that there's also an object editor working for the more complex pins. So anyway, so all of this is still there somehow, and you were very successful with using it inside Kairos for all those settings. That's just why you did it back then. And so the question is. Of course, you redid everything and always restart to develop on Kairos on several fronts. But point would be you have it already. Why not take what you have currently, what is working anyway? And only tackle it at some point when you get stuck or when there's some need to actually tackle it. Why not just take what's there?
What's there is very confused and not stable, not there are problematics. It wasn't working like.
It looked like it works. You were always able to just click a flip and adjust all the settings.
Yes, I'm saying that certain aspects work, and we could just keep the same approach, or we could think about maybe I don't know, we can improve certain aspects of it. Certain aspects were really not working properly. We could have a look, and that would be going for the element approach.
Couldn't it be a thing to also already, if we don't talk about UI, but Kairos update it with the new LPX and blah blah? Instead of doing monolithic approach that is currently done? Is it already done? It's done. Kairos using LPX and
Yeah, the one that I showed you is already the new architecture.
Okay.
Everything is there. We just need an editor. Brutal as it sounds.
Okay. Well,
LabX.
That we just need Kairos is there. We just need an editor to interact with it.
Yeah. And as far as I understood, at least on this Kairos level, but maybe also some parts of the layer level and even the Alchemy X level, you basically reworked what you had and didn't reinvent everything, right? So why not do the same approach for the UI, where you take what you have, adapt it to all the changes that you did in the core, and just make it run and then improve it. But making the UI that you have run with the new Kairos, that's not completely unthinkable. That's done probably in 3-4 days, I guess. And then you already have the timeline working again, right? You don't know. You don't want to know.
Can't handle the truth.
Wouldn't that be a relief somehow also to start from something that works and then
I mean,
And then
in a
think
prototype
about-
phase, yes.
think about like, okay, let's tackle this issue. The tracks should be drawn with differently, or let's tackle this right side here, this inspector thing, or I don't know. For me, it doesn't sound like you want too much currently. You want to you want to have perfect
Ingui, we can be registered as an editor, no, inside our element thing, right? Because in Elementor we propagate notifications.
Element of what?
We propagate notifications, so we could have an Ingui editor inside our Elementor UI. We can't do the opposite at the moment, but yes, we can do it, no?
So you just Elementor is just a container?
No, imagine having an Elementor widget, which is done in Ingui.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
But that's the Skia widget. No, I don't understand. An
With the
Elementor widget.
functionality that Ingui- Like an advanced column editor. We have it in Ingui. Can we just plug this inside an Elementor widget? Does it
I
work?
mean, you have a layer Elementum,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
and
then you
the
have
layer Elementum takes a sphere layer, so of course you can attach the Ingui thing.
But that would be super.
What would happen?
It would work.
I can try.
I mean, for complex, for a data type that you just want to edit values, no, you could patch an Ingui advanced object with, no, and then just plug it in.
Let's see. I don't think I'm on
So do the other injection.
the Elementor into. Okay, so.
We have one. But here it counts twice and here only once. It's like a bug for me
What?
in the channel, no? It's weird. Why would I get 2 events there? It looks like a bug. Look, the counter to the right goes up 2, while the one down goes just 1. Or it goes 2. 2 events, bum 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 bum. Okay, well, what did I have?
It goes up and down.
No, it's not going up and down. What is going up? What is it complaining? And if I click this once and when I release,
No, wait.
it's just
What's this? This is a Boolean UN.
this one. Right, twice.
Who's editing the channel?
The invisible button. It's like a button, you just don't see it.
A unit. I read unit.
No,
It's unit, and it
avoid. No, you need to click it off.
was which button?
It's an invisible button.
You go down and up there.
It only goes up on up. It only kicks on mouse release, which is okay.
Yeah, but then it gives 5, and it's 5 in the red.
I'll quickly check. Just be weird.
Open just
Save the date tomorrow evening, Frank.
Yes. Yes, sir.
See you later.
Bye, guys.
you open the help page or the widget.
Yeah, but that's the issue, like,
Then you just try.
that's not what I'm looking at. That's not what I'm looking at here.
Well, it's not a very visible button, but every channel.
This is, if I go inside, this is not what I'm looking at because this is using the compiled version, no? Okay, that's running, that's not. Like, I have this error, I don't know what it is. But if I go there, there's no error because this is using the DLL,
Yeah.
Right click. and
so I cannot debug.
Right click open.
Okay.
But there is this option. Elias talked about where you can run this with
An argument?
with a compiler with an command line argument and it starts.
Do you know what is the argument?
I already forgot. I mean, yeah, let's try it out.
Doesn't work anymore.
Rebuild package something.
What's the
Yes.
argument? To not use the build stuff and use the
Disable package compiler and with a minus in between. Disable minus package. Minus.
Okay.
Isn't it that you're getting one event on the bang up and one on the bang out?
No,
No, are you sure?
because here the bang here is but nice completely. Right? It's not doing anything anymore. No.
Stop and restart.
Okay, sorry for that.
Look to the
Okay,
left.
so
Here it works. But this channel somehow sends me 2 events. Not cool.
But what triggers the event? What sends upstream?
This one. Basically internally, when I click here, translates this event in Windows right on the channel.
it has the, it forces the window.
Channel gets notified, but
Window
apparently
with a
twice.
window.
Of the
You
event,
cannot
not of
just
the
add a
value.
widget like that.
It has no value, it's just a click.
So
Can you just set the window?
Void, like
And
ban.
the appearance.
then you
don't
could
wanna
do
that
have the
looks very
menu,
buggy
you
to
don't
me.
wanna,
you
Honestly,
could do something like that, but it's a window. It's
no,
not really the same approach.
What is
we
the
have
button
a global
doing?
bounds,
But-
no? Of the widget outside.
Yeah, but now if I want to create another one, it's going to create another window. Basically, have the button. It's the issue.
Fine. No, I mean. You should just resize the windows to the global bound of the layer of the elementum.
Ah,
We have.
okay,
global
okay, okay,
bounds
okay.
now,
I
which-
see what you mean. So,
How do you
I meant to get
get global
global
bounds?
bounds. I meant to the cached version. And then in GUI, you need to have a window, I would say. Window, eyes closed button, no. Full screen, no.
Bounds,
Channel rectangle.
no. No.
No, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work.
I need to get. Bounds.
Flags you can do no decoration. And then here,
Yeah, bounds should be.
I just
Try-
create.
Yeah, try that.
Doesn't give a fuck.
But is it changing inside the global bounds there?
Yes.
Try to full screen, full screen, full screen.
Yeah, but full screen.
Yeah, try now, connecting the bounds.
Yes.
Change the bound.
Yeah, there's something off. Don't know what. But
The same, imagine like,
What do you say?
not for a single slider. Yeah, it was very complex object with all the nice widgets. It could be the entire editor, Linguist, or one side, and you register that. It's creator inside the Elementor window.
yeah,
Unless you.
so say you have, for instance,
There were two different windows.
immediate. But say, for instance, yeah, you have something like, let's say this is repeats, blah blah. Okay, that's our complex stuff. We'll put that here. Have a good spectrum or something. Oops.
Here,
That's fine. Yes.
yours.
No, they were there.
Okay.
Staying with it. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but what would be the point of doing that versus Elementor?
That we have advanced widgets that I don't need to repatch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that I agree. But then it's gonna look like, it means either we use only Elementor or only Ingui, otherwise it's gonna look like shit.
And feels like shit.
But this is, anyway, it's a prototype, guys.
Yeah.
It's not, come on, let's get serious here. Elementor is too heavy to make a proper editor for such a thing.
Yeah,
You wanna have many of these objects open, multi-screen setup, and your graphic card is struggling just to render the UI.
yeah. True.
Come on.
But for a first step,
Yeah,
because there are things still missing in Ingui.
that's what I'm saying.
And this what we are doing now is shit. I mean, it's like create a layer Elementum with Ingui widgets that we render inside layer Elementum, and
Why not?
well,
It
because
still doesn't work because the window
yeah, you have this
force the
window,
size. I don't know.
and Ingui widget they only exist in this window concept. It doesn't like just a
Wow.
square that you put on
It
a.
doesn't work setting the bounds of this window. I
Yeah.
don't know.
But you can make it full screen.
Yeah, but
Try-
what if you count multiple ones, then you have multiple windows.
No, full screen and then you adjust the bounds. You're saying that.
I
Yeah,
don't know what you want to have, but
We have a layer Elementum that is like an Elementum where you can draw everything you want with the skier inside, no? We have bounds. And the idea would be to draw something using Ingui inside this element.
yeah, then create a window there with
Ah.
full screen. Then it will use the full
We
range of
use-
your layer.
We didn't manage to do it. It doesn't work.
to set the size of the window to this, yeah, but because we're setting to the size of this. That should also be the size of that, no? Format, right, whatever. That's what we're doing now. But right now the window is like,
Can you stack? Can you do this experiment in a patch with other widgets, Elementor widgets?
I am.
Just copy this entire thing, yeah, into a patch.
You mean like multiple widgets like that, and make a stack X then? No. This is full screen, so that's wrong. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know where's the slider.
Well, this is the size of the object, so it's massive.
Yeah, you're right.
you need to check the bounds that needs to start from 0 there. Now the origin is in the center. I don't know if you go to render.
What are you talking about? Ah, the renderer, sorry.
Yes, normalize. So now you can change the size there up there, X. Yes, that should be there. So if we get the global bounds from here. And yes. So now put a group here, and draw inside the widget, and draw no after and draw the rectangles the frame, so we understand how should be the stroke.
Mistake, doesn't it have a even? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Rectangle bounds.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Those are the bounds that we should get.
So
And just remove this bounce to the window. And just tell it to go for it, and then you're fine, no?
Yeah, because it will occupy the whole renderer, not the white square.
Try again.
Where is it?
well, it doesn't see this as a window, no? And this is just an
Yeah.
offset. You need to give it bounds.
Yeah. Don't know what it does.
No, you need to remove the full screen.
Yeah.
Still, it
Default.
seems like the window is
Is there a
reacting.
flag or
And
something?
maybe the sizes are different or what. You need to do it times 100 or some bullshit like this. Not sure. What is this?
The units, you mean?
Yeah.
Multiply it simply.
Simply.
You multiply a rectangle? No.
Of course not.
It's like,
Nah, try scale.
no, it's inflate. To scale? Oh yeah, 2D rectangle. The scale uniform. No, yeah, you're right.
So now I guess the offset is wrong and it.
Now in transform, you can put like a 2 space at the very bottom.
Within space.
Yeah, within space.
But that doesn't change. This is starting to become related.
No, just the input.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Then try to convert there.
Does it do anything? No. Yeah, I think there was something like this up to mix it up.
Anyway, I think it's
False, I didn't understand this. It was like doing something and I couldn't figure it out. I was just happy at one point when I was seeing it. Constantly doing nothing and like fuck. Well, I think it just skips this. Could be. Anton, I think already know it. Some point. So what was this task?
Just trying to wrap in green inside Elementor.
Now imagine if you have all those widgets that you have available, you wanna have use those without repatching Elementor. You can create a complete editor for a data type, mean just use it in your Elementor inspector.
That's not really sustainable, is it? Like maintainable, scalable.
So we're talking about prototypes here.
Yeah, then let's just use Elementor if we're talking about a prototype.
Well, it just takes more time to patch some widgets. in Elementor.
But what are the widgets that we don't that we have in Ingui that we don't have in Elementor? Because the basic shit we
All
have.
the hundreds actually.
No, but come on, like the slider we have it, drop down we have it, vectors we have them. What are we missing in Elementor really? And I know it's slow and blah, but what are concretely really, what are we missing? I mean, we might not have like tabs and like menu bars and shit, but.
So. Then we should, there is in Kairos, there was an inspector for the
Yeah.
data types. It was even traversing the properties and, but looks shit.
Visually,
So visually, and it's not really functioning properly,
yeah,
so we could revisit that. Drawing better.
the one Sebastian made could be like a starting point, or.
It's crazy.
But what's the problem with Sebastian's inspector?
Oh, it's, yeah, because there's some complications about. Like we have like a model in the runtime and
Yeah.
to deal with all of this at a certain level.
Okay.
And
So is it like that we start from the old Kairos inspector then and change whatever? No, but I mean, what was the problem with that? Reading.
Just open the patches.
Yeah, but now it wouldn't work. I mean, with the current version. Or I have to.
You understand why?
That's hard.
That's basically was this element of dot editor.
Yeah, I remember that. Hmm.
So. If we go for this, I will start from there. Just because it's a really separate topic. It's editor thing. I will go back there. Where we need to revisit the registering mechanism for widgets. Revisit how we communicate with this object, maybe through channels at this point. Or, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because in Kairos, this inspector. Like had to. There was a window that was reacting to the node that you were selecting.
Yeah.
Timeline, that timeline.
Yeah.
Inside the window, this inspector was reacting to what you were selecting.
Yeah.
So ideally, we will need to have one inspector where can react to action in the patch, but we can also send things to modify.
But wasn't it already the case, like when you select a clip, send the clip there to the editor, which tweaks it and writes it back? What was the difference? I don't get the difference.
When you click on node, you're using the other API.
Yeah,
You get the access to the instance,
Okay.
to the element, what was it? The instance.
Whatever.
And so
Yeah, okay, I get it.
from there you extract, you instantiate service. But not only that, because in Kairos it's supposed to be more complicated because you don't wanna, let's say you have a window like that and you wanna select a timeline and then you edit, you move the time in a certain position, then you select another timeline. And then you go back to the previous one, you still wanna have the same view.
The time where you left it.
It means that you need to store a model of your view there somehow, somewhere. So it was stuck there. But not neat. No, I think. We could revisit that mechanism. Storing, yeah. So it's not just instantiating an editor, but also registering this editor somewhere so that you can check. And you ask for an editor to this type, I already created one for them, I will just give you back maybe that one.
then it hooks it up again or what? Well,
No, I think in my case, I had like singleton where I was storing settings. Not
Per timeline.
Yeah, Per editor, yes, the editor could register a model.
Didn't you say it was a hidden pin? We could do it in a hidden pin? Store that in a hidden pin? Yeah.
Of what?
Of the thing you are modifying, the thing you are selecting.
Maybe you have you wanna have two views on this over the same time. I think it's a property of the editor, the way you look at things, not property of what you're looking at.
Correct.
So there are many implications that you wouldn't think at the beginning. We could go back there and just revisit and just check what are the problematics there, what were the solution back then. Now we will continue from there. So, yeah. So I think it's really annoying.
General, it's, yeah, what's so annoying is this constant switching between, that's so annoying, honestly, that's driving me crazy. It's always, no, it's again, it's clear, no, fuck. Seriously, it's.
Yeah, but I don't know which.
They would like to have, there's someone, some authority and says, this is what you need to use. I don't care that it has bugs, of course it has, everything has bugs, but. And everything has workarounds and blah. But that's what you need, that's a discussion then. That's okay. One variable less, and then,
Yeah, and then stick with it.
yeah, stick with it. Don't change it all the time, man.
The problem is that it's reinventing the wheel. I mean, I reinvented the wheel by creating Elementor. Obviously, we don't want to do it. And that's why we're looking for options. Okay, there's a library that have thousands of users and things and it's so robust. Maybe we can just get rid of. I'm going for Elementor would mean changing Elementor, working on it. Because performances, we should think if there's something that we can do about it. A lot of bugs. Implementing widgets, implementing new ways to. I mean, of course, it will simplify also things like that editor that you did for the Bezier, that it's a skier thing, no? And immediately it's a widget. You know what I mean? A widget. But it's not that immediate because if you have multiple tracks and you click and drag over the widget, suddenly that element still the notification to the other, so you can select the other one. So you need to, okay, how does it work the notification system element? Can we work around this, or there's a way to activate? We need to implement something else that deactivate this. About building element.
What are the options right now? So like the
Unreal.
Seriously. Try the optimistic options.
Ingui or Ingui has certain problems, like we can't patch stuff using Skia or Elementor because we don't have notification.
Yeah.
Solvable. Okay.
Or not future proof, or
Why?
That's
that's the question.
what, yeah, that's what everyone would desire. Yeah.
There's one other little pivot there. When you say you build like a ground thing, it's Ingui, and then you render some specifics with Kia. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a solution then also. I just thought when we then switch to a strike back, and then of course there's a mismatch here.
Need to render to a text and
Something like this. Then I need to basically put in a Skia renderer in between on the fly, and yeah, but it's doable. Okay. So do you write it up somewhere? Or should we write it somewhere? The pros and cons, of different.
In the
frameworks.
mirror board there, I started. I already started, write this down.
Then simply decide.
But I mean. I know you want Elementor would be fine for a prototype, not for a final product, because there are so many things that are bugged in there that wouldn't be sustainable just because the loader.
Ask.
What else?
It has, for example, this thing that when you scroll down, if let's say you have many tracks and you scroll down, it does not render this stuff up there.
Yeah, optimized,
All this,
fast.
you know, and you know you don't need to evaluate, you know, you don't need to sample here because you're not in view.
Yeah,
All this stuff it has, just out of the box.
yeah. We
I'm
don't
pretty
need to touch
sure
it.
not in element.
But what there
It's
was-
when you work with this immediate region.
Yeah,
They basically only call you back when you're visible.
yeah, but then there was also this example to change from the immediate to retained.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be possible to patch a widget and put it to immediate? You know, like you patch something in a stripe and then you put it to immediate, so you just make things immediate, it doesn't need to go only with the own widgets.
If you build your own widgets.
Yeah, and then you put it to immediate. To make it immediate, your own widgets.
Yeah, because the building blocks you get are like an immediate region. Where you then get the drawing callback, there you can then see whatever.
Yeah, the only thing I was looking, I went through everything of the demo, like I tried every single thing that they could click. The only problem is that if this is all the widgets they have, we basically should sit and make widgets. They don't even have many of the basic ones that we have in Elementor.
Which ones?
Like for example, like simple, a slide XY. Like at the same time, XY, they just don't have this, they don't have rotary, they don't have, I don't know how much is usable, like Bezier, forget about it, they don't have anything there. They have these plots, you can, I don't know if you can interact, well, if you could, yeah, you get the event where the cursor is and then you get that the slide as well, so perhaps you can. But anyways, even if we go MGUI, we have to build a lot of widgets. So what I'm trying to say is, what if instead of working on Elementor, we just start making widgets for MGUI? And that's.
Yeah, but there no one has any experience and we don't know how hard or easy it is.
Yeah, that's also true.
Or,
It's risky, I think, it might take too much time and.
yeah, well, like you said, this XY, you wanna have an XY widget. Okay, try doing it. And see what happens. That's maybe a question which needs answering.
Yeah. I was trying to mix widgets.
The thing is,
together.
the problem I have a little bit is that online you see that people do a lot with Invoice.
Yeah,
But what I know, they always program in C and C++.
exactly.
And they just copy Invoice and then they modify it however they want. And that's also how we said it. Like if you do it different, then they copy it and modify it.
Yeah,
And that's exactly what we can't do. That's because we are in this .NET world with bindings and we can't just modify it.
yeah.
Of course, we can repeat it and before we need to compile our own version. But we always need to go through two hoops. It's not patching like,
Yeah.
but it could be that it's possible. That's what I wanted to see before. But there are like high level elements that make it easy with button and some others which allow you to build some custom functionality. Pretty sure there are lots of limits there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
For example, this industrial button, I already saw it was only, I could say on what mouse buttons it reacts, but it was still a button. It's not giving me a mouse down, but maybe I can ask it if the mouse is down. I don't know.
Yeah, you can.
Maybe I can ask in the Ingo immediate mode, is the mouse down?
Mhm.
And is it inside this button right
Yeah,
now?
I saw that. This is possible.
If yes, okay, then I'm out, then I'm fine.
Yeah.
Then I can already do it right.
Yeah, true.
And then I don't need to touch the keyboard. But these are these little things one should sit down and actually look at and,
Yeah.
okay, let's try to make this what it's suggested. It's why and it's rotary slider. And
Yeah.
you can use whatever you want, you can use the sharp, you can use the L, I don't care, but it should be done
Yeah.
before jumping into it.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Because when in the end it's, and you did those widgets for Elementor, probably for a reason, so you can't live without them, then it's really bad that you realize it's a month later.
What?
Well, I just said, we should in cons black box start implementing, that we don't know. That's what I mean, this needs to be checked. The cons.
Buggy.
From our Ingui. Yeah.
Elementor can't. Things buggy and there are some things unfinished.
Yeah. That is unknown. not
Yeah,
that-
if one would need to check it, you either get a yes here or no.
It's anyway harder than the man because you would need to write code.
Not necessarily.
No, we don't know this yet. That's the thing.
We
It
have
might
this
be easy.
immediate node and when we have, if there all the queries are in there, like is the mouse down, is it la la la, is it da da da, then you can just patch it.
Yeah.
But
You have it open actually. You can go, it's super simple to see this. There's a list of those that you can see it actually. Go to the demo again.
no, it's the wrong before version. No, the other one is open.
Yeah, go to the sandbox example.
Yeah, always click here and say.
Yeah, if you go to the inputs. And then. Mouse cursor,
Dragging is very interesting.
yeah, drag is there, mouse is also there, you can also get the clicks. I think you need to go, yeah,
This is what.
But these are the things you need to learn,
yeah,
how
exactly.
to do it, because
Yeah.
once you learn this, then you are kind
Yeah,
of out of
I
there.
mean, these are data that are available to the.
No, this we can look up in their C example code. And then we can see, can we patch this? Yes, cool. Because it's already what I see enough to build the rotary or
yeah,
whatever.
exactly, yeah. And that one is, it was a bit higher, you can get the click, you can get the delta.
With something like hit testing and that stuff, you know?
Yeah, mouse estate. Yeah, you get the down
Yeah,
and
okay.
click, yeah. And also you get the release as well. It has even pen pressure.
Yeah.
It has reordering and stuff.
Yeah.
I know it has a lot of.
It's like, who did this?
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it has also copy paste. You drag something and it copies to the next.
It has a real text field
That's
that
the button.
we don't have in the.
Basically, when it goes down. Then it draws a line from the down position
Well, I guess you just need
to wherever, that's it.
Because you have the delta mouse position.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can always ask it for that.
Yeah, like in the main, for example.
I think, but that's exactly what I wanted to look at today, drawing a line. Or drawing a circle or drawing a la, because they have that.
Also in the tooltip, one of the tooltips, if you go to widgets. Go to. What's the data types, I guess?
Yeah, this is just that you have.
No, I don't know, they had this line that it could. I don't know, yeah. There are a lot of shit here, so.
Yeah, exactly. This is cool, no?
Yeah.
It's just,
That's also nice. Creating item status. Item type. Button with repeat. What is that? Covered, okay. Yeah. So yeah, these are these things need to be
These are already widget specific logics.
no.
Yeah, but you have to shoot the widgets.
No. I think I can.
it gets the context. You say scale layer, it returns the context. Yeah, it returns the context.
No, if I need it. So I need it in first, I need to go into this immediate mode with the
Oh, yeah.
immediate region.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, but in there. No, I created.
I think this is another one.
Super weird. Why is that? Why are there two? I think
Immediate.
it's this one, yeah.
Yeah.
And there, this is also you need to know, you need to do this.
Yeah, and then you get this one already out to the switch, whatever. Oh my god, would that work? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you try the scale button?
Hmm?
The scale interaction thingy.
This is just basically because here you're in immediate mode. So it's like in this imperative thinking. So basically it gives us the option. If it's not connected, it's gone, it's not part of the thing. And it also gives you the option to basically, because that's all about execution order in here, if you're in this immediate mode. And you basically just put them all into a nice line because it's all about this. So is item active? It says here is the last item. So it basically when they create a new button here.
That, yeah, I never understood, like, is item hovered, is item clicked, I never understood how it works.
It refers to the previous one. It says here in the text also. So now this, it refers to the previous thing basically.
Okay.
So this one will now not do anything, but here it will do.
Okay. Gotcha.
Got it. Elias,
Yes.
would you try the scale button thingy, experimental one? Because we never tried it with this.
And now the invisible button. So I can say here's a button in between. And now I'm interested in this invisible shit. Label doesn't matter, it's invisible.
Yeah.
Size.
Yeah.
It should be something in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now I can already hover. Yeah.
And then you get delta.
Mouse. I
Mouse
don't know.
delta.
We have mouse. I don't know yet. Mouse. There's some tasks Anton wrote me, and I should basically let's go Ingui. Mouse drag that.
Yeah,
That's interesting. How do I put this one now?
yeah. This is
Hey,
cool.
come on, this is already, this is definitely enough for whatever.
Yeah,
Draw what?
Yeah, the drawing, I think that's, Anton had some question because there was some pointer stuff. I wanted to look at it this afternoon. I couldn't do, but. Is there any drawing yet? Line maybe?
line, yeah,
Plot.
yeah, plot. It gets a spread of float, I guess.
Just give it something.
If you queue the, would you queue it there?
Interesting, it shouldn't crash, of course. What was it?
Yeah, value sequence.
What is this?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit weird. It's not points, it's what? It's just
We random study with many things.
oh, I
Ah, yeah, sure. It doesn't make a line, it makes its own frame. It's not the
wanted to use this value,
mm,
this value of the drag delta to basically.
to go to that position.
No, I think it's not the right. This is to draw graphs.
Yeah.
You know,
No, that's about layouting. Same line, new line is about whether it's a cursor internally, so you can use the cursor. No, this is what he was asking, and there are circles and blah. We saw it in this other demo window.
Yeah, there is a circle as well that gets it's a rectangle that you can give the rectangle to other object to the other shapes. Yeah, it's in the color picker example.
Okay, I have
Yeah, but
drawing
whatever,
images, but
Can you use here?
Yeah, that's a button, a skia button.
you
Test
know, in
thingy.
Jet, you are building here.
yeah, we could do the custom. No, the skier widget here.
Which returns a context again that can be connected to.
Instead of this plot thing, we do. What do we shall we render here? I don't know, a line. I guess it's. It's doing something.
Change the skia widget from normalized to DPI. I think the spacing also.
Wait a minute, why is it now? Why is it now? Why is now this one reacting? Ah, because I'm not hitting the button. Yeah. I'm not hitting this. I need to hit this. Right. It's my invisible button has this shitty size here.
And it's invisible.
So I can do an and here. I don't know, but okay.
You know, like. You do this kind of stuff. It's-
Uh,
Not sure this has any effect.
wait.
But you always.
but you
put
are
the test
always
on-
in the same position.
Yeah, there's always 0 US and because it's the mouse delta.
Still, I would like to see the changes. It's massive.
You can also get the size from
In the context.
the skia renderer, like you can get the bounding box. Or you can set it on full screen down there. Probably 0.01, or it is 100 factor or something.
No, 100, yeah.
Yeah. This is something we need to talk with Sebastian, because I'm always so confused about this.
And still there is a limit there, which is the size of the widget.
What limit?
That size, we could take it from, see that it's like.
Clamped. Yeah, but that's given by him. Yeah, I don't. Is this the highest in pixels or what?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would need to do.
Center. Right.
And it's centered.
No,
Wait, we are drawing from 0 to.
try to select the other space in the scale widget.
I'm not sure
Plus
it's
pixel top left,
stuff is set up properly in this case.
pixel top left.
Already better.
Yeah, it is,
Scale twice.
yeah, there is no.
Oh,
Yeah, it should be square. That's one, like one.
I think that you could take the size of this window from down there, and then you map the mouse, no? Yeah. Okay, I would say that's a different stupid problem. Sebastian shall solve this. That is mapping of the coordinates. One last thing, if you have a skier layer, and then you put it to a skier widget, that one also returns in context. Could you connect that to is active or is hover? This one. Yeah, true. Good question. Then we can check the skier button interaction experimental. Yes, this is cool. Not sure. Yeah. Then the button should work now. It's not working. It's just hovering. I don't know why. Because you're not like. Like if you click, that one works. This one doesn't. Or I'm not sure about its active state. We would need to read it up a little bit. Yeah. It doesn't give me an active state. I really want to check this thing. What the skier button? You have a button, skier button interaction in the experimental category. It doesn't work there. But we never tried it with getting the context out of the. Yeah, but you would need to feed it somehow the mouse and everything again, because this skier widget, this layer does not propagate any events internally. Yeah. So you would need to now reintroduce those events. Yeah. You would need to do something like this, I guess, but this is not reacting. Yeah, but it says it's hover, but yeah. No, because the events are not propagated. Yeah, this connection here. Yeah, this one is this one. The layer has this drawing and also the events, but there are no events bubbled by this guy.
But so in this way.
Yeah, true. It goes through the layer upwards, not through the context of. Yeah, true. Yeah, sorry. That was a stupid.
This way, we are imagining that like a Bezier or this kind of
these kind of things we could still build as widgets.
This here.
Yeah, or drawing with, that would probably be easier if we draw with Ingui, because then you don't have this coordinate system fuck up, which is probably solvable, but So if you would have draw a line, draw a
Yeah,
circle, draw a
check.
rectangle
Well,
with
what's available there. Just
yeah,
an idea.
and the basics are for sure there, and then you don't need to switch it here.
Hmm.
But then we can, I think, build those special widgets
Yeah.
which Imbu does not have.
Hmm.
That was one concern of yours and of. It was here. You just brought it up, so let's go back here to the.
Yeah,
Still wondering, I mean, if we can build complex logics with this, like an editing framework. That's good. Exactly. Do we still have everything to like setting multiple stuff? At that point, that would be one widget, no? But still, we have all the information about the interaction to build these complex logics inside. And can this interact with other widgets inside? So then we share a logic
Hmm.
to driving multiple widgets. So, yeah.
Yeah, if you want, I mean, we do it perhaps tomorrow. If you're going to make tasks for remote stuff, I can dig into Ingui, seeing what is possible, what is not, and I will bother you guys with questions. Just already block me.
I'm gonna look into it now anyway.
Yeah, I wanted
Yeah.
to do it just now. You don't sit here for 2 more hours and talk.
Go.
Go then.
Go then.
The
So,
other thing with the vector, what you said, I mean, in a way, it's one selection service.
Yes.
Singleton. And it's one, we could start super simple with the. Yeah, with the channel, and then of object. And then there you push, and someone pushes in there, another one listens, and that's it. It's like a separate, and we were looking at stupid singleton, really stupid.
Everyone can just push for it.
That's the channel object. For sure, it's nothing now. The inspector can listen to it. And it could be a spread of objects, because it's a multi-selection.
What do you think about using the system that we sketched yesterday? These three channels. Just inspector connects to it and listen to over a channel. And everyone can just push.
did you see the example here? Merging, there's Ingui has an example that does that. There are two observables and one of them consumes, the other one writes to it. This is the thing that we're doing yesterday, and then these guys, they had the conversation that they did something similar for Ingui. If you want to see the implementation, there's a help patch for it. Go to the help browser, go down. I don't know.
Isn't
if
it
they
that
can-
one how to merge and convert?
Yeah.
It's already open.
Is it?
On the top.
On top?
Top. Now, top.
Is it this one? No, that's not this one. There should be another one.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not, there's another one as well, I'm sure. Yeah,
But now these are always, or yeah, there's still some stupid bug ahead, probably. They're bigger than normal.
Yeah, this is another topic.
No, but I will.
but the one that I saw, it was a bit different. Like, let me see if it was this one.
But I don't.
For sure
I
it
hope the
wasn't.
channel where everyone can send. The API that listen to mouse interaction and send there, or our UI and listen, we'll look at this model and eventually take one part and send it over. Still.
Consume
Also then-
observables, wasn't it this one?
We should to register services for. Because if you the thing send an instance, and probably you provide a service that deal with instance and checking input things and everything. still, I don't know, but.
Was it this one? Yesterday, Nathan was trying to, you were trying to make. I'm just curious about the consume node, that the one that.
Ah, you mean does it just goes in one direction? Or what?
Yeah.
Consumes who? This one him or I don't know. This one him.
I think the A, the left one consumes the right one.
What's the question?
No, fine.
Yeah, I don't know. In our system, it's static function.
See why I thought they would destroy the team.
Everyone crying.
Doesn't mean. Keep going for half an hour more, I will go under the shower and cry.
Yeah.
We can talk about something else.
I mean, it sounds like you're making some progress.
Obviously, it's about collecting all the possibilities about the subject. So that we can evaluate.
mean, what's left on the table?
Like, can we already build a roadmap out of this topic that we passed? Or, no.
Oh, we gotta really prioritize. The tasks, like the general areas, what is absolutely necessary, what is. Nice to have, what is necessary but not urgent and so on. And then also like who is interested in what.
So that could happen tomorrow then. Okay. Once we have a clear picture of the map, of the roadmap. We say, okay, who is interested in taking care of what, which part. What is actually doing it already? It's spread the years. Linear spread, you buy like 100 meters table and then you do a linear spread over years. And other computers. Brute force. What? Right? Don't work on create. Elements. We need to get something out. Elements.
So if I, let's say I have a color here, I push that one in here. Ah, that's the problem.
Huh?
Already works. Now, basically what's missing is it doesn't do anything with it. I would just now need to register something or push something this guy can interact with.
Like the color,
Huh?
but also it's not right.
The color he can interact, right?
The right there.
Um,
Is it pushing to the channel though? Can you get the value? Get the value from the channel in other.
yeah. Plus, this what I mean is this, of course, this but it works. It's just
Yeah.
a stupid demo here.
And what is the get selected our active camp? Okay,
But if I select something here,
then it gets our, yeah.
you see, I would now to build something which
If you send ideas, setting.
so if I give him some sort of indirection, something need to think about. Like I don't know, special object editor for this live node application. Would already work. Yeah. But that would be the selection.
Try to send the ADSR settings. Going up add.
We just had no idea what to display there.
Hmm.
Just need to cast, yeah.
Should you split it? Ah, you should cast it, okay.
Cast it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the registry part is crucial. Registration, election. Because at that point, if it works, you can register stuff. Someone can just go through like the modular timeline, say, okay, let's make a little UI for a clip. What is necessary there for any investigative model? What is necessary to edit the model or the interpolation there? No, so it's together, yes, simply release.
Yeah. But then the register should happen through the.
Everyone could just register, okay, for this type, I register this Ingwe widget, or like.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I really don't know.
No, I mean, for this one, I could easily do a very simple. Just the function basically, context object comes in, widget comes out. Don't even need to go crazy with interfaces because it's so stupid simple. I could just say here.
I want to register, no?
Yeah, that's then up to you what you want to register.
Widgets for,
But this little thing doesn't care, it just appear. Give me a delegate, I will call you back at the right moment.
okay.
He doesn't care about anything at that point. Now, what that delegate does, if it looks up in
Try
the
create
registry and
service
whatnot
and
bullshit,
zero.
I don't care. You know, he doesn't care. That's what I mean. It could just be a stupid here
service constructor.
we take context. Then the object. And or do I basically just need exactly the signature? Delegate maybe, need to think about it. Then.
Missed it, man. You missed it.
What? It's over.
Okay.
It's over.
What was that?
I mean. It's like a inspector style.
Okay.
That Elias patched. In. Or we could, this might be very good.
Yeah, but I have one. I should have one.
Probably I don't need to go this way. Yeah, and because it's immediate. We can do whatever we want in there, yeah.
So I'm going to. We obviously expect this draw. Now enthusiasm. Leave the topic. You know, let's try to go back to the whiteboard, see other topics. And yeah, try to think about them a bit. So that I don't know, we can really start put together a roadmap. At least to understand what is necessary, what we really need to tackle first, your assign priorities.
There's this nice thing where you can separate things on urgent, important, non-urgent, non-important, and then. You know, because it can be important but not urgent, and it can be non-important but urgent. Things like this, right? So. This bullshit, yeah, been exposed to too many PMs.
How do you using Figma? Figma, you guys are using it?
Yeah, it's.
Always buddy,
Yeah.
everyone check their news feeds, see.
Yeah, this UI.
Yeah.
It's good, huh?
It's
So we're about to destroy it again.
Why?
20
Why?
billion.
Because they want to buy it.
No.
They're buying it. Oh, they want it.
The final my deepest condolences to all Figma users for that loss. Yes. Who tweeted that? A guy, French coded guy.
What are the alternatives? What's the Adobe alternative? Adobe XD?
Ah, yeah.
They have their own stuff.
Dreamweaver.
First application that kind of did this in this style that I know of was Sketch, was for the Mac only application. Still has its place, but it will be just Mac only, it will remain Mac. So
Why would they destroy it? And then just.
That's what happens when they buy, big companies buy startups, 2 months after you never hear of it anymore. Microsoft does that all the time.
They don't have enough open projects themselves to buy stuff in this thing.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe it's the best one product that everyone wants. Why they can't just monetize it?
Maybe because they're shaking big banknotes.
Maybe because they spend so much money in producing and developing shitty projects that they still need to get money back for. It kind of stuff. Maybe at some point.
Tomorrow they're gonna write you and
You
buy
know, gonna
Kairos.
kill like this project.
I know
Just leave it
Kairos.
there for a bit until they still have the shit. And then point, okay, we have a new version. The old,
Not
not all.
Let's sell Elementor to Adobe.
Adobe.
Then after 2 months, we don't hear from Adobe.
And since they have a similar product, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Will they, I mean, they are very similar, so there will only be one round, I guess, after this. And I hope it's Figma because I like even more about the chance that, how does it work? Yeah, it's not here. What does it do?
You basically drop elements there, they are interactive.
I would say so, I never use it.
What's powerful about it is that you can kind of have those constraints, like you can have anchors, kind of the different objects know their context, so to say, and you can build some stretching options, so you can prototype different UIs for web and for mobile and for different screen sizes, and they have prototyping stuff in there. You can actually export some of the styles to CSS or I think other formats now, but you can use those to it's really really versatile when you have this collections in there for icons and all that stuff. You can just
But it's just for prototype or you can.
You can use the interaction part is just prototyping, but you can also, when you have all your assets that you have in there, you can use that to kind of to export the assets for product stuff. So, I really like it. I really liked it.
It's a big deal.
And what's nice is that you can collaborate in real time with others. So
How much the license fee? Is a subscription based.
It's a subscription base, you have. Yeah, like the base is free, I never did wrong with that. Yeah, $12 a month.
So it's like you get 3 collaborators for free, and then you pay from there on.
I don't know, I don't think there are any collaborators, but the projects you can. Collaborations.
So.
Sports, I guess, we're excited about the framework.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's just that there are like many different
It's super reduced.
ways to tackle these things.
Make them up.
Like, you mean pros, cons and stuff like that?
No, put everything together.
What is this? I'm gonna get right. It's like for
Half million
not
dollars.
for everything in a nice, never mind.
That's about, so we didn't know how to share of it, is all the aspects of the movie rights.
Well,
In a nice way.
Miro, no?
Yeah, but what kind of representation? Movie rights.
Mind map?
In 3D.
Just disconnect with this, connect that,
From not doing anything to having something else.
Wow.
Less than.
Oh my god.
It generates you just put stuff there. If you also know a little bit of that's how we remove all the tags and stuff because it's like a hot angle on GitHub and then pushing it on GitHub.
You just use some of the template and just. Put them out there, cleaning it and then you just. I've never heard of it. For this.
Yeah, for these things, there's no computation, no payment, no accounts, nothing, and that it's just very full of links that they go,
This is perfect.
yeah, so.
But they want to send some of the hosting stuff themselves or what?
I don't actually know how the hosting works. I haven't ended up in this.
Yeah, when you wanna, edit it, do you have still the project kind of? Re-export and just.
Yeah, and you can actually push it to GitHub from there, and there's a button for GitHub.
Okay, that's. Okay, that's nice. I'm gonna have a look at that.
Yeah.
For.
It's really stupid because basically it generates an HTML and CSS file of your current project when you export it, and then you type it in app data. It's like, and that's how it saves it there.
Okay.
And then you just go to the open app data, to get rid of all these tags that, like the headers and the body of the advertisement,
Yeah,
and then you push it. And that's it.
okay, so we kind of. Broke
Obviously, things were too fragile, like just moved around and things were. I did that purpose.
You gotta take care of yourself, man. Wow.
The guy with the deepest voice, some throat issue, his thoracic thing. Listen to his voice, this is.
That's not pitch down.
No, it's like real bone growth issues.
Wow.
This is the guy with the deepest voice in all. Yes. Means 2 meters tall, the largest thoracic. Everything.
Oh, come on.
This.
And they didn't even ask to sing the low, no, they can do. That was just normal talking.
Yes. The support.
Bravo.
UI DevOps communication data binding.
Kairos. So like documentation, then I would say tools,
What do you mean?
like developing timeline, or the notebooks.
That's part of the UI, no?
No, I mean, really like It's like the metrics, for example, no?
I am
It's not, how do we say?
viewers,
No, viewers, the node. I built the timeline, we should build something else. Node set, yeah. Yeah. Which has different chapters already, no? Like. It's not a view, it's really like a tool, metrics tool. Okay, then.
like to the interpolator.
Yeah. Press return.
Right.
And state machine. Timeline. Okay, and then also no set into.
Wait a little bit.
Then
That was suggesting current
the topic
experience.
something by itself, but it's
You know.
clocks and things which should be discussed. And, I don't know if it's at the level of the node set or more like a general topic.
Yeah. Well, like synchronization, maybe should be. Sync.
Time sync, right?
Okay.
Then control.
Box everything.
Time sync and control.
Data binding.
Well, you can add this goes to lyrics, lyrics. This is the library that you choose the build. And which has another node set, right?
Documentation.
Yeah, in the node set, you can already say, you can add some, like voice server.
Not on where the braces again on this.
Oh my God, sorry. Which one? This one you mean?
No,
This one you mean?
no. What?
Curly
Where are we?
These curly braces. Where is it going? What? This one.
Yeah, but note set like also formalizing. We have we already have a prototype, it just has to be.
Yeah, like, what did you say, like, protocol, no?
Yeah,
Define. Yeah. With their own UIs, but still, it's part of the, I guess,
Yeah, but that connects to that as well.
I wonder if that's.
You got, no? Well, it's not that, but like. I do, viewers, those are viewers. If you want to view like if you create an OC server, you want to have a view over it.
It's the UI, no?
Which connect back to the inspector.
In the UI, then branch out. Inspector.
That.
So compose them now. We could have like a box there.
Yeah, and
on the
that's
side and.
inspector. Should be its own box, I would say. This. Next to that.
Also move it there once we create. No. In the click on the line.
Yeah.
You can put it on top.
Inspector, like, which vendor, no, UI library.
The options are
Big UI library. Then we would have.
not only that, we have inspector, we have selection or
Interact with the VM model.
yeah, selection mechanism. Then we have, 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 we That's just one of the understood.
But there is another thing like we need to interact with the VLLPI and with objects.
It's the same thing. You will,
Ah,
you weren't here.
Okay.
It's just doing that. But also another topic is, custom viewers registration. Maybe the custom users, sorry, viewers. Yeah. it's just-
They should find that.
Well, documentation, yes. It's legal.
Yeah,
We have experience in that, we know what the document about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, still we can,
Just. Just start thinking about that.
if you want to branch out, so that you know, then best.
Okay. Still documentation.
There's a wiki. That's thing we need to do, right?
Yeah.
What are the things that help? Help that.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
Thing about 31 more people.
Motivation websites.
Like, I would just idiots. No.
It's a little bit of envy.
Element space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The strategy.
No good. Yeah, also like, project management, that would be another section where we have the organization, I guess we need an email, so that we can register, services, you know? So, shall we create a new email? Project management.
Not like make something less. Definitely to this somehow. Where's the website?
Email, there, and we have Miro for.
And to communication. Well, no, to documentation rather.
We can move it in the front.
Yeah, sure.
And you mentioned, question management is leader organization.
That would be DevOps.
Yeah. But that was, I imagine, more like a practical thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but usually if you take care of that, take care of that as well, but yeah, I agree.
It's more like who is part of what, assigning roles and
Yeah.
highest level organization. No?
GitHub organization management, which relates to the DevOps thing, obviously.
Open collective management.
Finance.
Yeah, project management, I would say there's a very which is in finance we have open collective. Direct sponsors. The store. Question mark. We don't have on the start and then you can start with the store. You can auto align everything. Just select the root. Okay. Press this one.
Perfect. Still dishing connects and the inspector is the topic. Estimator. There comes as well the documentation because you cannot add tabs to this one.
Yeah, it's little.
Important. Urgent.
Like orange.
The other ones are orange. Not red. Urgent. Don't have red.
Important.
Then you would have gray. Not urgent.
Hearing one from over $1,700 a piece.
Just urgent or not urgent.
Yes, dropping.
And then I think we could create.
Yeah, but you clutter everything.
No, but you just do this and you put like a little quad next to the items. Like branching model is not important, we could say. So you put
No.
put this little tag. here.
Background of the.
Okay. Can you? Not here, not in the mind map. Okay.
Okay.
Color.
No, that is
Yeah.
change because it's only.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
And so for the UI, what are the things to tackle? Because I have the feeling that UI is this first. No?
So.
No, because you're like. The notes that that's a UI thing, no, not those things, matrix to the interpolator. I don't know, you remember those are notes. The UI, for instance, if you decide to go for IMGUI, for instance, you have to make this like panning mechanism that you have in Kairos. Like you can pan the track, you can zoom the track. That doesn't exist. So you have to do it.
Yeah, let's have to specify the UI, no? Like in the case of elemental, we have IMGUI matrix. Right.
Yeah.
we review all Kairos UI.
And also integrate channel concepts, the concepts of the channel. No, assess.
Implement
Replace. Update the value property
Like columns and
to be used in the channel.
trying to add a couple of new features.
Oh, nice.
Some both with the normals and the.
Yes, and then, okay, well. Also will be about design, widgets or say types or design and register.
Design it.
Extended because they didn't have the features you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which connects to.
Maths and vectors and.
Okay, that's nice.
To the inside.
Show you a screen.
I think you're already sharing.
Let's share our PowerPoint. Oh! Sorry, close it. It's just a window, don't be scared.
I was typing something.
The target property and fundamentally there are some like. Things to be debugged because like we don't even have scroll bars, that kind of stuff.
We don't have scroll bars.
We used to, but the new
Implement scroll bars.
which you get for free there. But then there are like
In there, we should evaluate widget.
like timeline widgets, like panning, zooming, stuff like that. That was
So advanced widgets. That's an option.
Mhm.
Go for Lingo implementation using Ingui primitives. Or inject Elementa, inject Skia
yeah.
widgets. Potentially points to Elementa widgets. Potentially. Skia or Elementa, the two options are not.
Using Ingui primitive, like they need to be wrapped.
We are trying to map out all the topics. Oh, nice. Guys, if you want. A look after. It's fine. I go to the toilet too. Break up. So that's the, yeah. These are the topics that we are isolated so far. UI, DevOps, communication, data binding, documentation, node set, time sync, project management. Some of them we already somehow decided apart. We are planning to its this library be about defining the protocol and then building some node set like OC server, mini server, whatever. Some documentation about it. UI again would be like making some custom editors for that works in this vector nicely, and that would be already solved. So will this also affect layer X on the others or? Yeah, then we will need to define a bit in depth It's a bug.
No, it's actually fine.
So, yeah, the documentation, wiki, help patches, YouTube tutorials, whatever. Node set, timeline still to implement some stuff in there probably, and then potentially we could implement a matrix, which is a preset tool, then some other custom nodes, utility nodes, facilitate using everything in collation, getting sampling channels, so some very friendly, easy to use nodes. Yeah, time sync we didn't touch it yet. Project management, we should have like an email account so that we can register services to it, like Miro board, and then a GitHub account, management, finance, yeah, open collab, whatever.
Are we able to directly work as an inspector? Yes, right? Because we are kind of, is it inside the scope that we are modifying the inspector to fit on this?
The inspector, yeah, it is a priority because it would allow already to start working on some parts of the library, like yeah, if we are an inspector, we can already start building editors for these, but as you were saying, I need to write it down. So the libraries consists of different libraries, and for each one of them we could already build editors, like for layer X or alternatives. You can already build Malcolm is you can already build editors for the interpolation models or the blending models, you know, you can build custom stuff.
Conceptual change.
But that's kind of a meeting
separate.
so you don't know.
If you're using the word
kind
and,
of part
Those are registered as editors for that type, no?
Okay.
So, and that style will be then used into the model of for timeline, for example. You go into the model of sleep, and that sleep holds a model of the interpolation, no? So whenever you inspect the clip, the editor that you register for the interpolation will be used by the inspector. And you will use that specific thing that you designed there.
talk about it.
But when we use it, just to understand, if it's when we use it for Archimedes,
You'll still be able to use it.
in element,
Getting ready, but extending
or will we
not
kind of,
far away.
is it kind of a intermediate layer of control so that we wouldn't need, because I also saw later on.
No, Kairos would use those.
It was used.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
in a way, even if we forget about Kairos, we say, let's build some nice editors for layer X, or I can some for Malcolm X. Just for the library, you already would have some nice editors.
Yeah.
If you just reference that library, you want to use it,
Yeah.
you have nice editors in the inspector. And that's super modular. It's so cool. But Kairos then makes use of that.
Yeah, that's.
And that's even cool.
That's-
It's super modular.
Yeah.
I have a fuck up here. Needs a coffee. Ah, yeah,
It doesn't work.
doesn't work.
Okay, maybe, what's meant by sync and control?
So yeah, then we miss something here. I would say.
Good luck with the French keyboard.
You bet, that's not too different, right?
Some layers like this around here.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
It's AZ. Okay, that is
And like
confusing.
to get the numbers, you need to shift button.
That's standard on this layout.
Yeah.
What?
Don't know why, but the letters are not the default. The numbers, sorry.
That's. I wouldn't have expected that. What's Supra?
Super means delete.
Probably easier. I was wrong. I need state here, otherwise it does not work because of this. Okay, revert.
I'm gonna need you guys for some time because I'm meeting a friend. Sure. Yeah, I wanted to go yesterday and just for 2 days.
Go. Started to.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, you know where to find us. You know where to find us. Sometimes it's 6.
The internet doesn't die.
277 reviews. That's like a number of reviews with a high note.
Yeah.
That's really nice. It's something actionable.
Yeah, it's needed, but then maybe you can have you could be able to create another review of this, like in a separate timeline where we.
That's Notion.
So is there what do you need?
You create tickets and then you can view as a table or as a timeline.
No, not like this.
And not with a mind map. Yes.
So anyway,
What you have is
A frustrum,
Yeah.
with an entity, inverse view, and camera combined.
Where are we now?
actually it could have the same structure, like go up to the UI. Like we could, so this is already talking about like technology. Yeah, so we could have like a here.
This is the view projection, not the projection. You only need the projection. Also,
No, I do need the view.
okay.
Yeah, that was a bit. Because I mean, you get the view, it's already the view is there, it's inverse.
Then we have, so we can understand better now what needs to be done where, and that we can copy. We could. So this. Oops.
It really creates a new. Merge. Ah, I see.
So that we can start particularizing a bit, no? This parameter X would have what?
Servers.
Servers. Which is what's the server?
Servers. I mean, there are going to be thousands. Probably.
Let's start with those that we have. OSC. Server.
And I cannot go back like that. Maybe.
Let's say this one. Whoops.
Okay.
To communicate between computers. No.
Or even between, yeah. WebSockets could be interesting. Anyway, or SIMD.
Like UDP, when you want to send models over a network to other machines.
Like just raw UDP.
So then we had ArcNX.
The node set is
So
even something that's already done, we could have it. It's just like an overview of everything.
nothing is done. This is that big. This is what we need to develop UI wise, no?
Oh, we are
So
still in the UI.
This is the UI.
Ah,
So this is like UI. There, for example, we say interpolation models. Would like to have some editors, no? Nice editors for those modes. Then blending models. And then eventually like compositing models. Make use of the previous tool. Yes, in the best case scenario.
Previous research? Previous the outcome.
You would use implements these other
Yeah, okay.
so it would just point to the other, just remove that. Just kill it. And create a connection to the other two on the compositing model. And move this.
Yeah,
down
yeah,
here.
sure.
And, so,
Ah, come on.
then what else? That's nothing new. That would be it.
For later.
Layer things. There, we for sure we can have
But I mean, yeah. Those, they don't have to be, it's kind of an inspector thing again. Like if you know that the OSC server should expose like a port integer and a string IP. Inspector could take care of that. Like the inspector-
we are for many things. So these things are still need to make sure that they visualize properly.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah, but
it's here.
only that links there as well. Yeah. That's for sure not because it's a custom.
To make sure inspector is always available, it's just a dependency.
Yeah, true that. Well, to all of them actually. Data binding, documentation, that's that.
Yes, of course.
They all need it.
Yeah.
So the whole Kairos framework. Jesus.
You want to most track?
No. Dependency. Yes. I should be seeing ABBA right now in Paris.
Today?
They play in 10 days somewhere else in France. So I'm going there.
Oh, okay,
In 10 days.
nice. Man, that ticket must be quite expensive.
No. The concert is only 30 euros because it's ABBA, Bolzer, and Bateng. Yeah, ABBA, Bolzer, and Bateng. Playing the three in the same evening, and then the train ticket I took was very cheap, so I'm just going there for the weekend. For the love of rock and roll. I don't like those questions. Yes. Timeline matrix, so you know, each nodes.
There. So.
Really.
And I connected the servers in the UI category that connects to the inspector directly. And the inspector is a dependency. Kairos depends on that. Just saying.
Regarding layer X, so
So,
That's basically layers of first.
there's view spaces basically. Space viewers.
Thing is, like that, the timeline that we are. Layers. We have already like,
Shall we see record or?
yeah, why not?
What's going on?
Here is in layer X, we have already the interpolator with the keyframe and the clips. So we have something that already is like timeline, no? On top of that, Kairos would kind of wrap these in order to have richer ways to get the values. But the items themselves are the same, no? It's always a keyframe, a clip. So in a speech, this could be something that we implement UI-wise, we implement at the layers level.
We cannot just use that in this basis.
Kairos just so consider layer we can have imagine if we think about in a modular fashion.
Yeah.
So the layer X and we build an editor for the interpolator, you know?
And then it just stacks.
And the interpolator has a spread of clips. And we build an editor for a keyframe, an editor for a clip. So
Yeah.
and then inside the clip, depending on the type it contains, gets instantiated an editor for the character, right? Eventually. Okay.
You mean an inspector?
When we say that, there will be enough if we could have an editor that simply allows us to move around keyframes, right? And clips, clips. This could happen under layer X, then on Kairos, then you add on top of the fencing of editing customized clips that get values from somewhere in a certain way, in more advanced ways, but still the editing of these items were tracked is the same.
But you have two types of editors then, because you have an inspector editor, which is just fields like minimum, maximum value above. And you also have like an editor inside the context of the layer. It's in, like for the clip, it would be like you can take the bounds and change them, which also reflects in the inspector and vice versa. So that you see what I mean? Like
For normal, like in Kairos it was like that, no? You draw a clip and the inspector reacts to it.
yeah, but well, how did you name those things? Like the editor inside the complaint and the editor in the inspector. I remember the distinction between those ones, like how you draw the stuff in the timeline, how you draw it somehow in the inspector. There's a value editor, I remember. Something is not clear for me then. The keyframe has two editors. The keyframe itself that you can drag above. And then when you click the keyframe, you also get vector value and position on X.
Yeah, well, two editors, the same editor.
That's it. So
So one editor will register that to the inspector, that's access it and you
exactly.
the other one is just used by
The layer.
interpolator, no?
The interpolator, yeah.
I'm out of my depth here, but I would say you should have one editor and two views, what we say. And one is the one you show there, and one is the one that we were calling inspect.
Yeah.
And the editor is just this interface that lets you edit the model. No?
Yeah.
But it's not directly associated with what it looks like. There's a layer of abstraction there, on my own.
And could there be a third one? Like, no. there is one that's relevant in the context of the timeline, then if you have a matrix view, then you need another way of viewing it. Maybe I'm going nowhere. But
The matrix has different patterns.
yeah, you don't have keyframes in the matrix. No, so
Those are shapes. Huh? But they
yeah,
are-
yeah. Yeah, because they belong to the,
they
yeah,
are respected.
yeah.
They're meaningful in that specific. So, and they are both editors, so.
What do we call an editor? Maybe this is what I'm not.
Editor, I mean, I view is something that operates on an object, like on a model.
So those are two different
It
things.
does, it can do it in many ways. You can have an editor in the track, thereby using the position, with the logic that you build in value.
See there.
Um,
Take the same model, operate using the complex.
So the inspector is just the window where you display. Have different editor depending on.
The
what
best
it is.
scenario, we don't even need to implement any editor from the inspector, no? It was just a reflection.
Yeah, correct.
Just pass the model,
Correct.
and the inspector will go through,
Yeah.
reverse the model and properties where. So in the best case scenario, we don't need to create an editor. For your but I used to like leading Kairos, maybe some models. Yeah, the inspector will build on the properties, but there's a much better way to visualize certain things. So in that case, the second half, in that case, you build a custom editor where you can like design the widgets that are connected to certain aspects of the model, and you register that. So from now on, the inspector doesn't do this like traversal and just build some, but say, okay, I see you register an editor for this object. I for an edit, and I just instantiate that editor.
So if there is a custom editor, inspector editor, let's say,
Inspector editor.
then it picks that out. If
Yeah.
not, it just does the reflection thing.
Yeah.
And the other editor is a
But
graphic
there is-
editor.
Yeah.
But there is a distinction then between inspector editor and
Yeah.
viewport editor, whatever you want to call it.
That's something so specific on the interpolator.
So it lives at the interpolator level.
Yeah.
Editor.
Interpolator is.
And you don't, there's no reason you would override this or whatever. Okay, that makes sense.
Could be that it could even be like an internal service against of the interpolator, no?
Yeah.
So we register an interpolator and you don't need to register anything, just interpolator gets a model, then he traverse and check, okay, I have a clip, and you can choose between, okay, this is a keyframe, this is a clip, so I know I've got these two editors and I put this editor there. So we don't even need to pass through factory or whatever, no? It's something very specific.
Yeah.
Do you envision any, like, because you had this different views on this stuff, right? And this timeline typical thing, but then you have the matrix and then you have potentially others. This editor, will it change depending on this?
We'll say
It
so.
might, huh?
We'll say so. What wouldn't change potentially is the value that you show inside. Like.
But I mean, maybe in one, you have this curved representation, and in another one, it's just a box, or.
Yeah, they might be. So what I mean is that imagine you have a clip. That you put in a UI that is connected to another timeline, where so you want to display the like it was like a clip in the audio, just visualization. When you put that into a timeline, into a matrix, still you maybe would like to see the same visualization for the value that this thing contains. But the box is a different object, because in the matrix content it's like a box that you put, you interact differently. So there's two levels. Then there's this box, okay, and then there is this box itself, which is the shell that specific to the context, can just ask for a viewer for the value that it contains, no? And
There's another.
and this is what Kairos does now, no? You see that in the clips, you see some color spreads and whatever, because the clips themselves, they are like just rectangles, right? And there's an editor for rectangles, and then inside there is once he needs to render, he asks for a service for this kind of file that he takes from the runtime.
Okay, yeah.
So for that kind, okay, it's a spread of color. Okay, let me check. Do I have a service to view this value? Yes, okay, just instantiate.
Where does this service view thing live? Where is it specified in the clip? Or is it specified somewhere?
It's a factory that you build, and that's the factory too. There was this, you can register views of objects and editors. There was this distinction. You just wanna maybe just preview some values, no? Like you need to preview, okay, how do I preview float, maybe the slider, or I'll preview again. In that case, they were visualized always in the same way because it didn't have it didn't use attributes. It's a flow, but I want to display in a certain way, number, or that's another level of that's the
That's nothing's working.
I'm not understanding very well what is. So what am I describing in here? Like what controls to show that it's a textbook on this kind of thing? So what
Which
is it?
editor are you talking about? No, I mean, the inspector editor or the editor that gives you the timeline? Let's see.
Either one.
Well, the editor, the inspector editor is like the traditional before stuff, like just property editor, like name of the property, the editor.
The editor meaning textbooks or.
Yeah, so that we don't, or floats. Like a slider, it's a float, text box, if it's a screen, whatever. That we don't care. And in the timeline, if it's a clip, the clip is just like a rectangle with two handles that you can and drag and drop. But what Nathan was saying is that if it's a clip of colors, it's a difference than a clip of floats.
Why?
Hello.
Wow. Hi.
What do you have in the hand? Present.
I wish,
So
I wish so that you can do the library very fast.
Thank you.
How's it going? It's going, yeah?
yeah, it's going. Harder and harder.
I wish you could say I'm here to help with you, but for you, I know it's not really.
Well, if you open
I guess we need some interaction. And some food.
fish and chips, currywurst.
Yeah, that's cool. Wait a second. Yeah, that's
You go there.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Like those two things. This is a clip and this is a clip, but this is a clip
Example.
of a spread of floats,
One thing-
and this is
One thing I don't understand is how do we get the mouse?
Better. That's a clip. And that's a clip, spread of colors, and that's a clip that represents a spread of floats. So the clip is the empty shell, like a square that you can, but what's drawn inside depends on this thing. And that's where you register something for spread of colors and you register something for spread of floats, but still it's a clip.
Those are,
Services.
yeah,
This is new.
the editor is just the stretching.
Yeah.
The,
The timeline.
this
editor.
is just the view. Like if it shows this thing, like I
Yeah.
cannot edit those
No,
things by
no,
dragging
no.
them.
If you want to do that, you click there and you get the inspector, which you can probably change the length, the width of the spread, and whatnot, if it's a linear spread.
Honestly, I was too lazy, I could read it here.
But I guess that comes from value from the.
So to bring it further, just so I understand better, so let's say the clip editor is just, for example, the sphere rectangle with two handles. That do this and that writes to the duration.
Mhm.
This is what you would register as an editor. And then that editor, depending on what type it has, will display those values in this view.
That's what he's doing. I mean, when you want, I did a project where I registered like a total custom data type in Kairos, and I had to say, okay, I was creating clips, but I had to tell Kairos what to draw in those clips. And same here, I had to tell what to draw there from my data type here, because I what was it doing?
And that thing also, we actually didn't have that one already.
And this lives in the clip definition. Let's say.
So you, I think it's easier.
Maybe I can try to see.
Yeah.
With the different,
Yeah.
Open path.
with the DL.
Yeah. Wait, what, where are you? You're in
Adds new patterns and colors. Is it
With the-
still working?
And it's right, there's this abstraction. Input device.
Surprised. It's
Yeah.
still works.
Yeah, and then the key
I
match,
don't
I
think it
think
would
is.
work. But anyway.
Somehow need to. Yeah. That- That somehow.
Oh, yeah.
If you want up there. And.
This is- That's a project I was doing for art collector.
The drawer again.
They have those LED
right?
LED matrices, but like with lots of pixels in circular shape, square shape, whatever. And we were doing like some patterns and morphing between patterns so that you get animations on these LED stuff. And so I wanted to timeline that, so I created a custom data type, which is a pattern.
I just wanted to get something, I'm getting the.
Maybe it will work actually.
Somebody down there.
But.
You are? Yeah, I
Yeah,
teach the Kairos stuff in the end because we're not using it. So. But the idea is that you could create clips of type patterns, create a new clip, you change the pattern, and then the timeline would just blur between them.
destroyed it.
That was the idea. So I had to register everything manually, but then it worked. I could create clips of type
Somehow.
my pattern.
Good to.
And so I had to tell Kairos what to draw in the clip, what to draw there, what to draw there. So those are all stuff that you register.
Into here.
That's it.
And so the editor definitions
Maybe it needs to be wrapped in it. Is this the original?
Next to where you define it.
inside the
Needs
clip
to be wrapped in a second way.
Not the clip definition, the clip is a Kairos thing. The clip, like,
Because.
Kairos gives you like an empty shell, a rectangle that you can stretch and move.
Journal.
So that comes from Kairos, and then it's up to you to register what to draw inside. So the clip, I don't care, I just.
No, but the editor is the rectangle that you can stretch. This is the editor. Again,
Yes,
so this is something that is part of the clips definition.
yes,
The clip as a type.
yes, yes.
Is that correct?
Usually it's the best way to do that, like, before that, we didn't have.
I think
like that.
we wouldn't even need to,
Maybe do it okay.
the
So this has to be
interpolator,
right?
editor.
So basically, these are. Getting an entity out of this wrapper.
Because again, there is a, in the model, there is an inline frame there.
So basically.
And you don't know what to draw there.
Inside the wrapper.
I know, I know.
There are different ideas.
Jay, I don't need to ask someone, what should I draw there?
Yeah.
But when you suddenly want to draw like a 2D keyframe, you need, it makes sense that what.
In that domain, in that context,
Different devices.
there are certain shapes allowed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the context, once you build a,
And.
you also implement there.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's only the interpolator who will ever need to know how to draw
Yeah, then.
these editors, then it makes sense that the editors are defined.
There's just
Indian
one main,
today.
the interpolator is the editor of the space.
Yeah, okay, I get you.
and the clips, and the items inside.
You don't want
Then
to connect.
inside each one of them, we have in direction where we can register ways to view the value.
Then it's at the shape level, because what if tomorrow I want to create my custom shape outside of the library? I need to define the drawing of the shape myself outside of the library, so this shouldn't be at the interpolator level.
Yeah, but it has the idle.
I mean, it's more flexible that way because I can add new types of,
Yeah.
like a keyframe, a clip, and something else that we cannot imagine right now.
It's just all shapes. Then you can't have your own. What is your own clip?
I don't know. Why not? What if I want
What do you mean by your own clip?
Yeah.
my own shape, not my own clip? I want to create another.
It's kind of like in an interpolator. And there one.
What if I want to come with a new one? I don't know. I don't have the need. I don't know.
In a 1D space, how many shapes?
Clip keyframe.
Your,
That's true.
the other thing is.
I don't know, something stupid like,
Yes.
man, like, particles, you were saying, like a particle that bounced over the timeline inside the space.
That's the content of a clip.
No, that's a value that goes like that with physics and everything.
Or another type of element, like, go back to the start, like a coda in music, right? This is not a keyframe, this is not a clip, this is some other element that the
It's not-
interpolator needs.
No, not the interpolator. That is like, it's talking to the clock eventually to. It's actually something, it's not really something that is part of the interpolator. Interpolator is like a pure function.
Because you control the interpolator from the outside.
That would be, in fact. I don't know, this one, in the first prototype of Kairos, at the timer, that where this time, there was also some tracks for logic markers like
Yeah.
back
Looping.
loop,
But this is not part of the interpolator, this is the
It's
day
like-
head.
yeah,
This is a Kairos level.
which is still another element that we need to implement. But it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, that's.
But
Okay.
this is really useful. Then let's understand. What, how many layers we have now, on the UI layer. The view.
Somehow. Connect just, but it's not possible, so we have to redo this. So
At the layer, it's level. You go back to.
Yep.
This kind of thing that you do. Then can connect here.
1D
Connect.
library.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not nice.
Interpolator.
Because they really
Yeah.
get to, they really want to which is all of those things, because I think the one thing is just further point like that. Or maybe like, even if you want to manually add or not, otherwise it's basic, and then.
Interpolator
this-
1D.
This will be wrapped in it, and then after that, you have like a cloth, you have the editor. It will be basically, and then after it will be rendered.
So the allowed shapes would be.
And
Sort of,
Yeah.
but the thing.
And offer shapes.
So that was my question, I don't.
And it's very important interpolation.
Goes down like this one.
Because that's not visible in
Not
Kairos.
invisible. So you would have clip.
Input output.
But you need to go in between.
What's going on in between?
Yeah.
That's another element that only the interpolator itself,
Yeah.
was not in the model. Yes, it understand what to draw there. Or actually in the first previous shapes, what kind of techniques you are implementing.
Make that and that's out of this and.
How do you learn
then you
between
get
a clip and a keyframe?
You learn between the values.
Yeah, sure. But how do you draw this?
Whatever the value at the end is, this.
Yeah.
You take the two values, you would like as a linear interpolation. You draw a line.
I mean, at the end, you.
But
I don't even want.
And for each kind of just we can sample like
Editor.
you run it times and simply draw the actual event.
Yeah.
That was super early.
Yeah.
Like the do that. So if there's any linear interpolation,
Yeah, sometimes, like
we have
this is not what I want to
a drawer for the linear interpolation where we just.
Position A, position B.
And what to draw there.
But in that case,
is
I
when
have to connect the head.
we have
In
twin.
order to be able to.
Simple the curve and you draw it.
Or actually.
It's a basic.
The system.
You know
The
that.
twin cuts
If you have downs, elastic, whatever.
So in that case, we want maybe to, yeah, the way I was. The advanced way to do it.
Main,
Where you need details, you have more points.
has no view.
Has no
no
errors,
maybe, or.
Okay. For each one of them, maybe it might be like a
The
Bezier, you need
the main
to-
thing currently needs either.
So in that case, it's not just a visualizer,
Or an input source.
it's an editor.
Which
Right.
it's.
Yeah, you said there's only one editor and it is the interpolator itself, the whole thing.
Yeah, no, we will need to have this interaction. So,
But wait, the interpolation model belongs to the shape, no? It's the shape that tells how it interpolates towards the next one.
yeah, it just what kind of interpolation there should be,
Hmm.
right?
The shape does.
Yeah, and so then,
Where we store the interpolation model. We keep them up.
No.
They,
Yeah.
they say, okay, we have a linear interpolation.
Yeah.
So this information is stored there.
yes, in the shape.
But it's only going forward. So whoever's before says how things interpolate between then and whatever comes.
Yes.
I don't know if it's still something that we want, but that's
Then it's the interpolator drawer that renders this thing, no?
the interpolator drawer will say, okay. I have
What kind of interpolation do you?
right? So it draws box for the clip and something for the container for the. And then I insert another space in between dedicated, that will be dedicated to the interpolation. And for this box, I ask a service.
Yeah.
Okay, because we have a register with I interpolation.
Yeah,
editor,
okay, gotcha.
bar slash viewer. So give me a service because I know that there is a twin interpolation.
Different thing.
Give me something that is accurate so that I can draw here, and eventually in case of a Bezier, we will need to edit example there. So it's not just like you.
It's also an editor.
Very rare.
I would say
That's.
an editor. That in most case scenario, it's just you don't interact with it, doesn't have any logic on the side. Like a linear interpolation, you don't need to.
Very
doesn't have
comparable.
to have a logic.
Bezier.
But in case of Bezier, you interact with it.
Yeah,
And you would so.
yeah.
The main job it does is.
This and the signature of this
React and
would be
mount
the-
keyboard.
this
So
the
then
bound.
it would be
And,
going out of the.
It needs to have access to
Going
the
out of
runtime.
in
It
Windows,
needs to
being connected to like having the actual source for the Bezier.
and it needs to have access to the model that is operating on.
So, but this is.
Okay, but then this to me sounds like then you have to, let's say, different types, at least two types of
The idea is, well.
interpolation
I think that's why. It's an
drawing modes or whatever you want to call it. One is the non-editable interpolation mode, which is, this is linear, but you don't, you don't have points and play with.
But maybe we don't need to differentiate, no?
Well, but it will do the different things. One is just drawing and the other one is actually adding information that the user is providing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying that we just don't distinguish between this behind, we say that the linear one. Potentially, it's one of, it's an editor, potentially it could do something, but since it's just itself, it's an implementation, we do anything. no? So we just give a space, give information that potentially an editor that would need, and then it's up to you.
Is it like the same pattern in this here as well?
But the editable one,
How do you do that?
this is writing something, this is modifying something. This needs to be when you play back, like
Yeah,
if it's a Bezier curve, I need to look at this information and interpret it, you know, whereas linear, I know what to do. I don't need to know.
The
what is in there.
Bezier, all these areas would have access to a channel.
And make
them the model
without any connection to the.
That they are, so okay, between these two clips, there will be
I
a
guess
Bezier
the way
interpolation, so we
that-
know, so this Bezier editor is instantiated, and this guy have access to the model of this Bezier interpolation, so we can visualize it, he offers a logic to operate, and he writes back into that model.
All of this handled by this editor.
Yeah.
The drawing, the runtime management, the interaction, and the writing back to the model.
Yeah, he needs to have access to the runtime,
And there's always.
he needs to, yeah, basically needs to sample the interpolator. Like a linear thing, it needs to sample, okay, the value at the beginning, the value at the end, so that you get two values. But because some other, that's what I'm saying, the signature, we can't just simply give the first value and the last value, because some of this will require to sample values and more values, because sometimes you can't represent with the function, you just literally need to sample.
Yes.
So they would just have access to the interpolator itself, and then you would be able to then sample at the beginning, sample at the end of themselves, and interpolate, or do a sample wherever they need. So they would have access to the runtime of the interpolator itself.
And inject in there, okay.
What are we calling this? Interpolation edits.
Yeah.
Let's say.
So we have
Um,
interpolator editors.
It's gonna take 10 years to do.
No, if we do it properly in a modular fashion,
Yeah,
then we automatically have this kind of
Just
stuff.
build upon the last thing you did. And so on.
yeah, sure.
But this is true. This is not true for all the things.
Probably.
Does it make sense to separate it in 1, 2, and 3D? Do they not all have
Yeah.
shapes, interpolation editors, clips, and keyframes?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it was specifically to this, we were thinking to this interpolator. 1D, so I already mentioned, shapes and in preschool, yeah. That's still.
That's how basically can.
Can get rid of this.
It's not true. Not true every scenario, though.
Why?
Would now be a little bit.
Interpolator, include 2D, where we do triangulation. What's this interpolation? Or it's just something that happens between each shape and each point, or it's just the space itself visualize the values.
Like honestly, I think
I don't know.
inside this,
I don't know.
seeing the.
That's why for now, the interpolator 1D is the only thing clear that we can imagine.
Yeah.
and maybe
How
to
can I articulate that for you?
think about that scenario.
Inside this.
So we have not, we have the
Inside
shape,
this,
but we
you
have,
can you record inside this? With
how do you call it?
set and get
The interpolator itself.
and then set mouse, basically we put this one. Is set.
What are you calling the interpolator itself?
Yeah.
What are you referring to?
That's the space of a like a track. It's isolated from.
Like
the container of the shape.
And then I get it has a container, it has a ID. And then you can
So
change with the
It's a space in which shapes evolve.
the end of the which render you want to get this.
Interpolate,
Mouse, no?
interpolation context, interpolator context.
Then you have multiple of them.
No, maybe
It
Canvas.
explicitly wanted to-
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have multiple, you have one, you have one. I mean, there's kind of that's like how many monitors are going to how many screen.
canvas where we put
The
shape.
domain. It's a domain, but it's to function related.
One I meant for the structure, like a frame, no?
Connecting it somewhere, just use
Just say space. You have a one-way space for the tenant, two space for the or another shit, whatever.
But I want to understand people.
But then the one better, you had to do some here the stuff to get the handler of your window. But here you just can be just set from downstream.
Canvas works for me.
Canvas. So layers, we have interpolator.
And then,
I mean, outside interpolator, we have
like
canvas, shades,
I see.
then interpolation.
Or even you can request.
Would you be able to call it canvas in a 3D context? It's still a canvas.
It's a space. 3D canvas. Okay.
Why not?
Canvas is literally when you put on a frame.
Yeah,
Face.
it's just a metaphor, no? It's what is what's around. No?
Yeah.
It's like the canvas of the
Frame, single frame, like,
frame.
because a frame can be 3D.
I would go for space because space has this notion of dimension, like 1D space, 2D space, 3D space. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but as a concept, it's more abstract. It's harder to.
And then,
I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
What would be the
you need
the
to
specs of the space? What's the requirement?
And
I guess the
source
requirement is to have a
contain
view
all the
of the
devices.
space, like being able to shift, no? This is space.
Specify and
To navigate inside the space.
you have.
Yeah.
So navigate, also being into map. What else?
I was trying to say, you could send this one up, like, I had, there was this console.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like.
So this guy is the one that calls the services for visualizing the shape and interpret, right? You don't see anything.
Everything and one,
The spacing itself is not.
It doesn't draw anything in the space, it's just more like,
you know?
Yeah.
What about the background? The space is.
I mean, it could go something like,
All the English
wanna add some,
Yeah, exactly. Then you
read the reference, you know?
Yeah.
That's a picture of the space, not related to interpolation, huh?
Like snapping on a 1D space, that would be like something that belongs to the space.
No, when I have.
The space
Yeah,
defines
that's
most steps.
interaction,
And
space then.
maybe.
I don't know, I mean, I don't wanna.
No.
Yeah, like I said, visualizer will be wrong because it has features. It's not just visualizing,
Yeah.
it's also interpreting and managing.
I don't know, the geometrical term makes
What about
sense.
like direct, no, because this is another.
It's just a
Landscape.
come on.
No, I like where that is going. It's something like a space, but it has a future quality to it.
Background, I don't know.
No, it's a space because the space defines the dimensionality, so to say, and based on the dimensionality of the space, you can do this or that.
Place.
Yeah, that's what it is, something like room or
It's
building
so
or
concrete.
land.
Space is the idea.
It's theoretical.
It's like a activity in space.
Yeah.
It would be some place, would be wrong to.
Yeah,
Place.
today,
To be placed, I to do, I place. Every
right there,
area, an area to the area, an area in which you draw objects, shape in the area. To the area, for the area, area is more
there's no
important.
3D area, that's called the volume.
Yeah,
Area is two dimensional.
Maybe this.
Place is close. It's very close. Location is not.
region is the subpart of a larger thing, no? No, because
But
like,
so is a plane, so is any
Yeah,
box frame, whatever is.
okay, I buy that.
No,
Region,
Probably
the window.
one inch more.
window,
It's literally a window.
I think it is tackle, I mean, it's.
I would say you're not used to that, but if it is a region.
Just the right.
Resonating,
Yeah.
something like
Canvas,
is.
just drop something.
What about these three
Photos on the center, we have three elements.
All these things are just.
Elements are the commons.
All dimensions.
Things that we mentioned, right? This thing that the matrix, that's another.
So it's.
Yeah.
It's still
Example,
Let's sketch it.
The other feature. They're surrounded with.
Around there, the canvas would be
So
the.
things don't have to
Big with some slots.
The table.
Down the natural way.
It's a table. Rows, columns.
It's a table.
But that's something that the end user.
That's a space. For me. So you don't have interpolation,
Putting stuff inside.
you just have one
Yes.
shape.
Like a render region.
Yes.
It would be a red, it would be.
Shapes.
But still, what I wanted
This node would.
Block.
again is that still we have those three possible.
Yes, no interpolation editor.
Potentially, you could also.
Yeah,
have
that-
you can have
I think that would make
a
sense.
dedicated things, but also you can switch and define interpolation time.
Yeah,
Fading.
Yeah.
But that.
yeah, no, yes, that makes sense, sorry.
What I wanna.
Even if it's a discrete 1 to 0, that this is still interpolate, I mean, conceptual
Yeah.
transition, no?
Yeah.
Still need to connect the input stars.
No.
Everywhere.
Or let's make pure, that would be already like another machinery, something like, you know.
Not a switch.
How do you call the DJ has to,
Turntables.
like,
Mixer.
not a mixer, like a console, no, DJ console.
Yeah.
And you can add, let's say, 2 channels and you can fade between them.
Yeah.
I would think about
So what they consider
something like that, no?
once.
And that's a completely different machine, so
Like all the keyboard and mouse and everything.
the matrix should be like, for now,
Yeah,
right?
that's.
Call it like.
That's ideal, no? You can completely switch between.
I think that would be good.
In that case, we have shapes. And.
But we are connecting all the way down to the. Which is. Yeah, so if you could like do it somehow.
Somehow I feel like,
The tag.
isn't it easier like if this is like a class or a description and it still fits this, but the interpolator thing is not.
Like,
Reaching between the interpolator you know, like you have something specific, you like component space or something.
And it's not something generic. Like in state machine, for example.
It's not the Almarin renders.
Yeah.
And it is state machine.
Mhm.
And then it gets the idea of that one and then after the keyword reacts to this one.
Let's take another example that we have space. We have states.
Wait, that is a simple end.
Then we have the connections, right?
Just get the idea of all the open renders and then I guess go through them.
It's another kind of
It's
thing. It's not interpolation.
No, it's just a transition.
That's one thing, probably each one of these has some specificity,
Yeah.
right? Like, for example, and
You always need to say how we go from one to the other, even if it's different every time.
that's what I'm saying, probably it's a property of the space.
But what I'm saying is all spaces have such a property. How it's described is different, what it does is different, but they all have this thing that you need to specify. If it's a matrix, it's just bam bam. If it's an interpolator, it's this bang. And the other one from in the state machine is a transition, which can also have a duration and things like this. So you, in every one of these context spaces, you still have to define this property.
Yeah, but then it's not.
Yeah, maybe that's the wrong name.
That's what I'm saying, like, for example, it's the space itself. Somehow, because imagine like a distance field, canvas, where you drop shapes, then you have the sampler that goes around, and it gets close, something, gets this property, whatever the way.
Yeah.
And what is this phase out? It's not.
Then let's call it a transition.
No,
Relationship. or relationship
I think
description?
it's space and
It's like the physical law of this space.
exactly, it's a property of the space.
I gotcha.
I would say where the interpolator, the space fills in the gap
upstream by.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in the
Calling everything back,
in the state machine.
and then.
Since there's defined
We have this.
connections,
Or no, in the CMPK, we have the.
how do you model that, whatever. But the space
The downstream approach.
show the relationship between the objects in the case.
I think relationship is kind of the concept. I don't know if it's the best word. And I do agree that this is a characteristic of this space, because it's something space.
You could even define, we have a canvas, but you could define that it's not just a neutral thing. He has like in the case of the composer, where you put clips, you could say the background is not just empty, there's a noise running.
Yeah.
So that's already something that is like the nature of the space that that contributes to the output, you know, so that's like
So I would, so this should go in this guy. Maybe the name needs to change.
Just sit there.
But then we can generalize this.
Yeah,
And then get.
I mean, that would be the ideal thing, no? They're all,
also used to other references.
Yeah.
And the objects we are implementing each other.
So the shapes are a block in the canvas with
Blocked,
and it has
that's
like
not.
Inside the region then.
slot.
No, that's blocked. And the canvas is like, has slots, is a grid. What do you call it?
Table.
Table with slots.
Really,
Right?
focus on this.
I'm saying.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay, table.
You can put a block into a slot.
Table switch or whatever. Table. Okay.
I think.
Here, the physical law is interpolation, and here the physical law is like table. You know what that means.
It's like the compositor when we
Connect the input source.
you have to, which we already have. It's the one that you use in the compositor, no? Yeah, we put the clips and stack them on top of the other.
And it doesn't.
Together.
Some bullshit.
The case,
The shapes are
clips.
I
mean,
yeah, you have, you know, that.
you can have keyframes, but I didn't even do it.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense.
So
For one frame, you have that value and then it's gone.
That's a two-bit thing, no? That's not one thing.
Thing, because.
Compositor.
Compositor 1D, is this one. It's also just an example in time.
This one?
The one, yeah.
Maybe it could be.
But you have this notion of like,
And so on.
Yeah, but it's not
That would
like
be
a-
the implication that there
I
is.
think
yeah, I see, okay.
1D with some other than
That's
the
the
thing.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Very simple stuff. That's the meaning.
So the shapes are clips and the canvas region space is,
And the canvas is not, it's transparent.
Somehow.
It doesn't contribute anything. You know?
yeah, but then how do you define the blending? How do you visualize the blending?
The blending, it's heavy clip defines how. Goes in
Really happy with
the other two. So that's something that is not. The canvas, the space there, that's navigate.
what was the canvas doing in the other?
Now.
The other, the space participate like feeling interpolating, like the other things there. I'm gonna go there as an interpolator.
But how is that different from the blending?
I'm like, okay.
Because in interpolation mode, it's also defined with the clip or the clip. Just like in here, everything defines the blend.
No,
Yeah,
But in the other case, you're saying the space is doing something, but here it's not.
Here it's not, the clip itself. The output of the clip is the final thing, not in the interpolator.
Fair.
The clip produces, that's the interpolator makes that, but we should still see that something else, and that can be allowed. So it's really.
Yeah, the interpolator, the values are generated by the interpolator. Here, they're generated by the clip itself.
This guy just thinks they're all.
But maybe,
putting everything in space and
really also visualize the feature that characterizes
So it's like,
or
into the interpolation
to this
be like a space,
I mean, if you press nothing to work.
But yeah, how,
The subject relates to this space. This space.
And I don't know, actually, you always see a stress connected to the. Then you see it, so that this little guy here.
Starting as
Are we winning at the end?
Yeah, but then we have to do what we are doing here, we have to do this tomorrow for the whole day, just thinking at this graph.
I don't know if you're.
It should really like wrap up.
Yeah, so now we define, in this cast on advanced, indicators, and it's cool that we can do it at the layer X level. So that we actually already decide.
Yeah.
You go back there. When we say, okay, then what D? We implement, shapes and, think of a feature. Whatever, but what do you mean by shapes, clip and framework? Those are just the canvas, right? The clip there, that we mentioned, is just a frame. To then potentially we can decide, okay, we want to see the value inside
Or not.
or not, or we want to see the value with this mode or another mode. So that's just a window that we can draw something inside, right?
That's true for a clip, but not for a keyframe.
Also for a keyframe.
Okay, very nice.
It's just that inside you can draw something.
So those are empty shells.
I would say so.
Yeah, like containers.
Yeah. Contain, so shape, not.
Value containers.
Yes. Actually, that's something I wanted to say on the first day. It feels more, container makes more sense than shape, because it's an entity and you put a value in, or it looks at a value, but itself is nothing.
No way.
And
Container.
the same is true for the block. In
I
this
don't know,
yes.
searching.
I would keep shapes. In the context of a space, it's like the metaphor is strong. Okay, these are the objects. And that, and not just the object, but just the shape of the object. And the nature of the object is given us by the value.
Yes, yes. So the clip, then we need also.
That's a clip frame. So the keyframe frame, clip frame.
Clip shape, keyframe shape.
Yeah. Which I guess they include also the way that you want to operate with them, no? This was like a clip shape is something that you can grab and move around and scale, rescale,
Yeah.
and that will.
That's the clip,
feature
that's the shape's behavior.
Yeah.
And then the skin of it, like, do you want to draw colors in there? Do you want to draw floats? Do you want?
That would be given by another service, right?
Yes. That's already the case in Kairos.
Yeah, so that thing with service, the way we want to draw, we want to fill these shapes.
That's drawing as well.
Yeah, that's drawing, and not only, like, for example, if we want to have a classic timeline, keyframe, we want to grab the keyframe value and adjust it there, right?
Yes.
Move the shape and adjust the value.
Yes.
It's two different things.
I don't follow.
So let's say that we have
Like
we
here.
have a timeline.
Yeah, I mean, you wanna visualize it and you wanna
Yeah.
edit it. You don't have to get
Yeah,
too
but-
abstract.
That's just that, no?
Yes, move it around.
Yeah.
Okay, what happens when you move around along the x-axis?
You change the
The
value.
shape, the shape position, right?
Yes.
What happens when you modify the y-axis,
You change the value,
the value, which is nothing related to the shape?
but to what it points to. Yes.
Exactly. it's already in two different things,
Mhm,
okay?
correct.
So when you operate on this little stupid point like that, you are using two editors. One for the inner value, which makes sense because imagine if you have another kind of value inside. You might interact with that in a different way, you know? If it's a color,
Like this,
yeah, you don't operate, or if it's a.
you don't operate on the
a
value.
vector, you know, each one of these values in that context might require a different kind of interaction, right?
But so I would say there's the shape editor, which changes position and duration, for example, or this kind of like the container, the box, the shape. And then there's the shape value or the shape content editor.
At this point, I would, yeah, the value editors.
Shape editor.
Fair enough.
So,
Wait. Clip shape, yeah,
so we have shape editor.
And value editor. I think that's
Can we do,
Including-
can we do
I think
something
we
like
can
that?
just, the shape, that's shape editors, right?
Shape editor. No, that's a shape that turns out to have an editor.
so the shape can have an editor and and a value editor.
So the shape, it has, we do the,
Unless we're defining value as
Editor.
a separate entity here somewhere, disassociated from the
What I'm
shape.
saying that interpolator. Check the model as a
Okay.
shape, as a keyframe and a clip,
Come
and
on.
for each one of them, instantiate an editor, right?
Mhm.
oh, for each shape, it is instantiates an editor.
So we are
Yes.
talking about the UI, no?
Yes,
In the model, we have shapes.
yes,
For each one of them, the interpolator just put an editor there and it's, yes, right?
yes.
Okay,
So shapes,
we are the shape editors, I would say. We're talking about UI here. The ones
Yeah,
who will be
sure,
like
sure,
a
sure,
description
sure.
of the model.
yes, yes,
So
yes,
this is
correct,
Clip shape editor.
yes.
That keyframe shape editor,
That will be one.
and then something that is.
The value comes from the model.
The values are, yeah, it's a completely different chapter, maybe,
Yes, but still,
but still not,
because
because
the shape, because like,
let's imagine, for example, we have a value like a float. So this keeper.
Yeah.
We drag it up and down.
Yeah.
Create it. How this would be in a matrix. We have a block there, and we see like a slider. Inside this block.
then you just touch the value, you don't touch the shape.
Yeah. But how,
You would if you move it
Yes,
to another
yes,
column.
correct,
or-
correct.
So,
but in that block, we might be interested in visualizing this flow in different way.
yeah,
Maybe like a slider, you know, instead of being the Y aspect of this point in this space.
and it could be many things. If it's a ratio, you may want to have like a diagonal or something.
Yeah.
But the question. Do you envision any scenario in which I would want multiple clips or keyframes, shapes to point or view the same value? Is this a use case?
Mhm. Like connecting the two clips to the same value.
Data source.
Yeah.
No, but what you're saying, two different shapes to the same value.
As in two clips point to the same
That,
LFO. I don't know.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
layer X, one.
They have the same channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, then this value is a separate entity,
Yes,
yeah. And these shapes are just basically that pointing at this value entity. But they live separately. It's not that the shape contains the value.
I would distinguish that between the value and
Yeah.
the value.
we find one that looks
The
like.
value is something.
But
then-
then Google says.
You have
When?
concrete implementation of the editors that operate at the same value,
It's nice.
right?
And this is, but this is also independent of the
Done.
shape.
Yeah,
So that,
yeah, that's good.
You can have two editors just operating on this, like the example that they did, you know, two sliders operating, like synchronized between them.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
two editors, but now I was thinking, okay, it's not enough that we just.
So- Hast du eine Rolle?
Ja, ich muss aber, ich habe schon ausgemacht heute um 8 Uhr.
per time.
Ja, aber wir treffen uns da beim Dings, also da ist es.
It's not enough that we register an editor per type. Okay, because in
No,
every
again,
scenario,
multiple ways of visualizing this. Yeah.
okay, so what does it mean that the interpolator must have a way to register his own way to visualize that type. So for each type, we might need to have a custom editor in for the interpolator. Like, do you know what I mean?
No, what's the Russian? Just write it for a second.
Was saying that like a float, it's inside a keyframe, and in the interpolator, you want to operate on this value by dragging up and down, no?
The keyframe.
Yeah.
Yes.
In a matrix, in a block there, we might want to visualize it as a slider, no? For
Yes.
example.
Rotary.
Or in a rotary, or whatever.
Okay.
So
Each one of
this is
those is
also,
different.
this is also
Fluid
valid.
editor, that's
Yeah,
it.
those are different shapes, no?
No, not shapes, editor.
Oh,
And then an editor can have a visualization.
And also, you might want to decide, customizing, what kind of visualization you want to have, like, you want to have a slider or a rotary there?
Yeah.
For that type.
But here we're mixing things, I think, because one is the editor visualization, but having different edit, like having a slider like this or like this. They're not different editor, but different editor visualizations, because they're still modifying the value in the same way, like adding 0.1 per pixel, you move it or something like this, yeah. But you could have a different editor in which you multiply by 2, or you do some other editing function, you know. And that again, you could visualize as a slider or as a rotary or as a whatever, you know, so it's different. Like the editor describes how you modify this value in terms of if it's a number, how you mathematically change it. And the editor view is just how you represent the action of editing the value.
But editing, when you move vertically or horizontally, is already different action.
yeah.
There are different logic. It's not only the visualization that's different.
What is different in the logic?
I guess that the user, in a horizontal slider, it's more natural to move the mouse horizontally, and in a vertical slider, you want to move the mouse vertically in order to change the value. Is that a different action or a different logic in a way?
I would say no, you're just taking one or other component of the cursor position. But it's just
But the logic, the core needs to know which visualization is connected, because it has to adjust a little
The
bit.
logic can be different, like in a rotary and a slider are different. Like in the rotary, you consider the angle, in the slider just one axis. The logic can change. Mathematically, then it's the same because you're operating on a number, one number, right? So I don't know.
But that one question, because in Elementor, you already did this abstraction of, okay, here's my widget, and then I have a custom drawer.
Exactly.
So you already are very experienced with this concept of having a custom drawer, or did you ever use it? Like,
Yes.
yes,
Like
okay.
the
Does
slider.
it work to have a widget with a custom drawer that?
I remember I had issue with that at some point, but don't remember what. But yeah, like there are both sliders and just a rotary as a drawer like that, and a slider as a drawer like that.
But they
And they're-
both react on the same action, right?
Yeah, but because on the widget yeah, you're right. They both react on that. So like the rotary is like a horizontal slider with a different shape.
But it's not just the logic needs to change as well, like in a keyframe, it's not enough. I mean, in a slider, you can pick any point of the slider and drag and change it. Keyframe, you need to pick a point.
Yeah.
The logic is so different. There. So it will be really different region. It's not about how you draw it. The logic is different.
trying to find.
Isn't it nicer, easier to get rid of one of those concepts and just say, okay, each witch is different and rotary is something different than a horizontal slider, and let's just not overcomplicate it, overcomplicate things by extracting the view part of the widget. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this is
It's just one
yeah,
thing.
different objects. Now, my point is, how do you choose which of these objects to use in which scenario? Right? Timeline, eclipse, we have a keyframe there, which has one way to visualize the value, vertically.
And this is the space as a definition for each type. There's this editor that handles both how it's modified and how it looks, and this is defined
Per
by the
type.
space, per
So
type,
every space define how to visualize every type.
unless you want in the same space two floats to be represented differently, and then that opens up a
Different topic, but
Yeah.
still, it's quite a lot. Like for every, maybe it's totally feasible, or just say, okay, in the interpolator, the float will be visualized in that way, and so we register I interpolate 1D value editor.
Mhm.
And we have, for each type, we have an implementation of that. So in every type will be represented in a specific way in our track, and we will be able to edit in a certain way that type. Okay. And we need to declare this for every
Space, yeah.
like interpolator, switcher, compositor. So
In the compository, you don't show when.
potentially, yes.
Up to now.
Yeah.
You could,
You can have clips that are single values, so.
or you could show the waveform for an audio thing or whatever. This is,
No, because in the current one, those clips are just composition clips, so they represent other composition, like a separate channel, but nothing prevents you to have a clip which has a parameter assigned and a single value, right? It's there, it just didn't. The editor wasn't allowed to
even if you just display the name in this view, it looks an editor already, the name of the clip or the composition.
the keys.
La chiave.
What is it?
Happy Hunga. Right? Nadie.
Yeah.
I have plans today, so
Also,
we meet at the canal at the place where I am.
alles gut.
Ah.
You are hungry, no? Sebastian?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, sorry.
Which
One behind the other. Sebastian.
What's the name of the?
What are we thinking? This guy wants a curry once, but I mean, he has some internet accommodation.
That's, are we going to the internet?
We're going to the internet, yes. Finally. Shall we at least make a break?
I would like to eat then.
Yeah, sure.
Come back and keep going.
What the fuck it was supposed to do?
You can got it.
Should I click something?
Yeah.
Got it, got it, got it.
Okay, so let's have a look at this graph.
What happened today?
This
I don't even
happens.
remember.
UI happened today.
UI.
Since the morning? No, this
No.
morning we defined the current structure of the repository.
Yes.
And
Which,
yeah,
no,
subfield.
They're organizing the Miro board also. You were
Yeah.
on it?
create like the GitHub organization.
GitHub organized, yeah, the Kairos Research Lab. Org.
Yes. Then we
Okay.
went on to this.
Onto UI. And yeah, we got lost in the rabbit hole,
Yeah.
considering the various options there, no? Which immediately boiled down to Ingui, what's the current implementation we have, what are the limits, what are the pros?
Basically, Ingui versus Elemental, where the pros and cons for both.
Yes,
In Elemental would need some rewrites. Some parts of it.
yeah, the good things that we can inject in there potentially also
Ingui.
Ingui widgets easily because in Ingui we couldn't inject anything else at the moment because
Yeah.
we don't have notification being propagated upstream correctly.
And also to
Yeah.
do very custom things, it might be a pain in the ass to do it within GUI.
Potentially did. Now, the ideas, a few hours ago, we saw that there are already nodes that expose interaction information.
Okay.
Like when you hover, when you click, when you the delta of the mouse, so basic information that you need that you could use to implement a logic. Yeah, so potentially we could fetch things and then use Skia to draw those things.
Yes.
Or use Ingui primitives that we still don't know what are, but probably basic things. Like line, box, or yeah, so not very fancy things, but maybe just to draw a keyframe.
Yeah.
Big line, maybe it's yeah, so we consider all these options that we also even considered. Okay, if we go for Ingui, potentially we could have a Stride backend at some point. So we could imagine, okay, let's think about framework, editing framework to revive it for VL, for Stride, and potentially use that to implement custom advanced editors.
Yeah.
Then thinking concretely to the project, we say, okay, what's essential for this Kairos project and all the libraries that compose this project? Probably the inspector is the most, the priority, not the most important one, the priority. Because already if we have an inspector, we could already access and operate on our node set in a almost complete way, no? And this would allow developers to continue developing object and the node set, no? Already interacting with it, which is a plus.
Yes.
Because you start with something that works and you can verify and it's different. And so, and if you think about it, the inspector is the most primitive way to access and edit any object, no? Okay. And maybe that's the priority. So we jumped to considering what's the current state of the inspector. There were some experiments that we did in this repo in the Fuse organization. Me and Elias sketched something in the past, and Sebastian did another experiment, going more deep into interacting and editing the nodes in VL, so being able to access the pins, writing into pins, input pins, visualizing the runtime values of the output pins, and all these very complicated things VL related, know how to handle the model and the runtime of the patch. So which is kind of VL specific. Then we realized, okay, in our case, to have already a functional inspector that allow a lot of things, we would just need something that get an object, like a model, and operate on it and gives another version of it. So very just give me the properties of the data type and I will operate on it and give you another snapshot of that. And so it's way more simpler than use VL inspector. So yeah. And then also, yeah, the selection mechanism is something that is relevant for us. Like in the VL inspector that Sebastian sketched, there was an experiment focused on interacting with the nodes, but we need also to send objects to the inspector from our UI. So there must be like a centralized selection place. In this case, we're using a channel where everyone can just send things that needs to be edited, and yeah, and get like a stream to do.
Well, actually, so is this API already to get selected elements in active canvas? It's currently called it. So there is a behavior subject somewhere available, which we might use just for this as well. So because it's the same idea. If you select something here or there, it might show up in the same observable.
Yeah,
so
that's why it would be cool to have the same principle in the way you communicate with this editor, and then exactly like the idea that we implemented also yesterday, these servers, OSC servers, is something that anyone can communicate to, or like there will be like a BVV server at some point, It's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. I was just wondering if we should need to change the type and then just use this one, which is already there, and avoid inventing a new place where all the selections come in from either patches or we don't have to reinvent it. We just need to maybe change the type. If it's now a behavior subject of element, maybe could be
Object.
Could be object, and then everything is possible. Then I just change the API and so that we can have any selection in there.
It wouldn't call like a last selected object, but it would be like selection.
Yeah, and it would probably be focused on canvases of like the L patches, but would be just different contexts, per page, be it the L canvas or Kairos canvas or whatever canvas, you can just for each canvas, whatever that is, we can store the selected elements. That would be the idea. And if you activated another window or tab, then you get a trigger as well, and this helper node pushes you the selected elements for that canvas when you switch to that tab, because they're already clip selected. You get them right away when going attached to that timeline. I don't know. Something like that.
So yeah, anyway, we talked about this selection mechanism, and then yeah, Elias is kind of sketching something of this inspector. I mean,
Yeah, but I need a bit of different approach on some issues here. Lifetime issues, unsubscription problems. As you can see, it's getting worse and worse. You see timings, some bullshit, like objects becoming more and more and more, something like this.
And this is doing
My guess.
more than object editing. It's
And then I
no,
also
it's
don't
no
know
editor.
if I click here, it's immediately going into this shift mode, so something is completely wrong. Need to start again. I guess.
In the meantime, yeah, we sat down, starting to collect all the topics in a more schematic way to aiming to get to like a roadmap at the end of tomorrow. So we sketched this mind map here with all the topics. And if you zoom out, you see that the UI is one of them, and there are all the others.
Yeah.
So
We discuss the fact that every component of Kairos, be it Alchemix, Lyrics, would implement UI on their own. And then the uppermost level would just use that and display it in the way that it's relevant. So Lyrics would implement this whole interpolator UI. It's not Kairos' jobs to do that. Kairos would just pick this up and display it. Making the distinction between like those shapes, the shape editors, the canvas / region / base, not sure yet how to name this, in which they live. Yeah, just laying out concepts and giving them names so that we know what we're talking about.
yeah, and they obviously relates to the inspector there. Yeah, here's the UI part. Then we were thinking to the roadmap. Things, what are the aspects of the project, DevOps, communication, data binding, and we find that we went for this new library, the parameter X. Yes, then.
That still introduces yet new concept that would have to be documented.
Yeah, but that's
But the documentation itself, it will live on
YouTube, blah blah blah,
And
the node set.
Yeah.
Meaning like implementing the nodes of this of the libraries, like extending, adding new interpolation methods or like techniques in pre-objects instead of two, for example, this kind of stuff. So at Alchemix level, layer X meaning implementing new like switcher or like interpolator 2D. You know, in each domain we can add stuff. Parameter X is you need to build or the node set and the utility nodes to be able to easily communicate and send things, bind things together. Kairos would be timeline is almost basically there, but we need require some tweakings maybe, and then the other tools like a matrix, which I think that the compositor we didn't write.
Kairos?
Yeah. The compositor, it's basically if this is a priority, this I would say just it will be the next because we already have the functionalities and we have the prototype. So then after that I would do the matrix because it's like a preset system that is very convenient. It's what we need most of the time. And the rest is fancy stuff and potentially we can implement. But I would imagine if for Christmas we have those 3 tools, it's already insane. Already. So time sync and control, we didn't go into details here. And this I left it on purpose because we can touch this subject maybe tomorrow when Ari probably is with us. I don't know if it's gonna be, he said so. And it's about clocks and this kind of stuff that he's familiar with, and we build a library.
Which could potentially also come from this data hub concept, no? Like these servers, they could also be, the time sync could also be concerned in the same fashion. I mean, we can go about it.
I think, yeah, project management still. We need to, yeah, to make like, an entity, like an email address, and so that we can have dedicated services like Nearboards and finance, and yeah. That's it. So tomorrow, hopefully, we'll go, yeah, we will continue this job and maybe find other representation of this graph. This is like the to-do list, so to say, no?
Yeah.
All the aspects, but then we should give priorities to what needs to be done first, and so we need to think out like a timeline, no?
You're saying.
Milestones, and saying, okay, if we target Christmas for releasing certain things, then we should plan these months and what needs to be done when, so that, and then obviously, who wants to do what? I know that we will be fights because everyone wants to work on the UI, for example, so we need to choose.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it for today.
That's it for today.
And
See you tomorrow.
Thank you for bearing
The
with
boy
us.
band say,
Bye. Over and out.
How are you doing this?